Look, I'm all around the world. I flip the script just like an acrobatic, bringing in them hits. You would've thought that we had bad in practice. Hip hip hooray! Hit the lotto, now my pocket's fatter. Give me a little space. Promise, mama, I'ma take the challenge. Hey, took my chance, the dice roll. Let me slide in. Welcome y'all to my show, bout to begin. This the time I go viral, so let me just shimmy, shimmy all the way until I pop off. Look, I'm tired of excuses and secrets. Keep my head up and know this ain't easy. So grab your popcorn bags and relax. I'ma shimmy, shimmy all the way until I pop off. Shimmy, shimmy, gimme just a couple millies. To my family, cop a Bentley, never flop like belly. Hit my celly, acting petty, see the people around me. I don't think they'll miss me, Lord forgive me, and my girl so pretty. Such a hard time to go unwind, flying autopilot. I've been down bad in the sunshine, but I can't describe it. You got aim bot when you name drop, don't tell me lies, it's always very subtle, no rebuttal. Step aside because I took my chance, the dice roll, let me slide in. Welcome y'all to my show, bout to begin. This the time I go viral, so let me just shimmy, shimmy all the way until I pop off. Look, I'm tired of excuses.
Hey everybody, welcome back to this week's live stream. Let's make sure that this is muted over here. I think I'm gonna have to restart. Usually I do this before the stream starts, but today I forgot to, so there might be an issue with like lag or whatever. So one sec. Boom. It's like you have to, in like OBS, deactivate the camera and then like reactivate it in order for like the audio to sync sometimes, because otherwise it can get like out of sync. I found that out like one of the weeks that I was working on this. So I mean, hey, you live, you learn. Maybe it's an old version of OBS and I gotta update or something like that, but we'll get the kinks out as we're going along here. How's it going? How's it going? Welcome to a new stream. I know we missed last week, which is a bit of a bummer. I've been super busy myself. I've been working on this pitch for this kind of like film project thing contest. It's through Monkey Paw and Universal. And there's a lot to it. Like you have to make pitch videos, you have to put together like lookbooks, you have to write your whole script. So it's been a hell of a month so far, and it's flying by. And that's where I've been at. And then last week it was crazy because there was like the Super Bowl going on, and then I was doing something else that day. Like it's just been a busy last week for me. So, but we're back at it. We're back here. We're gonna create a new image this week. This was a suggestion in our Discord, so links in the description. I also posted in the chat. If you guys want to join our Discord, that's where we post the final renders when complete, but also where you can make suggestions on new renders and future live streams that we do. So make sure to join the Discord. You'll also get notified when we're live, when we're doing what we're doing. But today, let's get into it. We're gonna be creating a brand new image. This is the image right here. This is a kind of like dystopian alleyway. There are so many assets in this. This is going to be ridiculous. I did get Blender Kit again for the Blender 4.0. I didn't have the updated version of Blender Kit, so it wasn't working with the new Blender that I had installed. So now I got it, and we're going to need it for this render because there is an insane amount of detail. We could just look right here. It's like, let's see. I mean, I'm not going to make a cat. We could, but I just feel like our time is better spent doing texturing and shading. So I would rather not waste our time on like some of the nitty gritty stuff. We're going to be doing a lot of wires, of course, using Bezier curves. We can model all of the buildings ourselves. Like we don't need to download any of that, but you know, different little assets like signs and dumpsters and trash and pallets and whatnot we'll be using for all of that. So this is the image right here. I think so the recommended photo that I had was like about this size, and then I ended up just extending it using Photoshop's like AI aware fill thing. And then I removed, I don't know if there was a dude in the doorway or not, I can't remember, but I removed him just to make it simpler as well. So and there was a guy walking down there. It's just, I wanted to simplify it. I like the aesthetic of it, and I thought it'd be fun to do kind of like this dystopian walkway. But yeah, there's gonna be a lot of custom shading that we're gonna have to do with this, because there's like scratches on the floor and dirt like moving in like specific directions and whatnot. So let's go ahead and hop on in, because I have a feeling this stream is gonna be a bit of a doozy for this this particular render. So as usual, we're just going to start in Blender. We're going to do as much as we can in here, and then a lot of good trash assets in Quixel too. Okay, I'll check out Quixel. Does Quixel have a plugin that works with Blender? You know, I can check this out actually. Let's go take a look, because you're right. Quixel has a lot of great assets. Quixel, do they have like a Quixel bridge for Blender? Please, something. I'll just put this over here on the screen. Quixel Bridge, manage 3D assets, download bridge, discover inside Unreal Engine. I know they probably have like an online asset store, but I'm just curious if they have anything directly for Blender. Yeah, Quixel Bridge. Okay. Connect with any software. They've got Blender on that list. So let's go to the download page for the bridge. And I don't mind getting this and then just figuring that out. Oh, it's a separate software. Oh, is this a subscription base? Is this a subscription base? Also, fun thing that I got to spend this last week working on. I got a render farm. Ooh, whoa, that's we all went dark there for a second. I got a render farm kind of set up through Deadline, and now I can render out animated shots from Blender so much simpler. Using kind of like a bit of a render farm. I only have 2 machines set up, but like my dream goal is to have like 10 PCs with like 3080 Ti's in them and be able to, okay, so yes, it costs money unless you're rendered in Unreal. No, even Blender version costs money. That's a bummer. That's where they get you. That's where they get you. How do you connect this? But yeah, I set up a render farm, and so right now I have 2 computers that can render, and I was trying to get Nuke to work with that, but I think I'm gonna have to pay an additional like $500 for licensing, because I have Nuke X, but I only have 1 license of it, and I don't think the renderer works with on like multi machines for it, like the -I version of it. But yeah, no, okay, so if this only works. Trash. You got trash? Who's got trash? That's kind of a bummer. Can we not just sign in? So if it costs money to use, I'm not gonna. Guys, I don't make money off these live streams. If I did, hey, why not? You know. But I don't know. We got Blender Kit, so we'll go from there. All right, let's go ahead and get started here with some of the stuff that we got going on. We can make trash bags ourselves. We don't need any free trash bags from anybody. We can make those. I'm just going to set up the ground, and then let's kind of get a good camera angle here. I don't like using F-Spy, although I would recommend it if you're trying to duplicate an image exactly. We're only using these images as like references. We're not using them as like our actual final like look that we're trying to go for. And Bridge has some free assets as well. Okay, well then, you know what? Maybe if I sign into Bridge, I think I have, because you just sign in via Google, if I remember correctly. I'm gonna do this off screen just in case. Oh, do you sign in with Epic? Gotcha. I do actually have Epic because I use Unreal, but I don't prefer it personally. It's not my favorite. Before I do that, let's take this guy here. Yeah, it's fine. I'm just going to sign in and get some Quixel Bridge stuff. Allow access. I don't know. I thought I already had an account. Maybe I signed into a new account that I didn't need to. Okay. So, yeah. Trash. We could do this. So, you could download. I don't even need 8K resolution. That's interesting. Do they have like a plugin? I got to look into this. Do they have a plugin directly built into Blender? Because that's where it's at. Have to go into Bridge settings and set the target to Blender. Might have to restart Blender. Okay, that's fine. We could do this. Certainly. Okay, our library. Do I necessarily want it on our C drive? Not particularly. Just create a new folder called Bridge on my D drive, so that way I'm not killing my entire computer. Licensing, API port. Yeah, sure. I don't know. Was I not supposed to show you that, guys? Is my computer now going to get hacked because I told you what my API port is? Settings. It doesn't have anything about Blender in here. Am I missing that? Download settings, export settings, probably export settings. Unreal Engine. There we go. Blender. Download the plugin. Downloading the plugin. Then, yeah, sure, we'll install it. Let's go ahead and install the plugin. It's installed. Do I have to go to preferences, add-ons? I just installed that. It's not installed yet, but that doesn't mean anything. Let's go to downloads. Or just download and right click on it and then go to the folder and import to Blender. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do right now. Oh, got 2 versions of it. Sweet. It says it's installed. Where is it installed? Because it's not maybe you're right. I do have to restart Blender. Okay, so I don't have to do anything in Blender settings. It probably just auto imports. Okay, that probably makes a lot of sense. Oh, nope, not that one. Let's open this up. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started now. Let's even just do a test real quick. So we got, go back to this, download my trash bag. Downloading. It's purchased, guys. It's a free asset. It's purchased. The free garbage asset is purchased. Extracting image extractor. Okay, it's downloaded. I know in Unreal, it just puts it in kind of like a bin somewhere. Exporting to Blender. So you download, could not export assets. Please check log for details. All right, there's a log. All right, I'm just going to start working on this, and then if we want to get the assets working in a bit, then we can do that. For our lens, let's go ahead and swap this to, 50 might be fine for what we're going for. I'm going to scale this up, and then we can just rotate this to be the correct orientation. I like to see where the horizon's going, because if your horizon lines up there, then everything's probably pretty simple. Again, we're not trying to copy this image directly, but it does help to have kind of a bit of a reference for what you're going for. Let's go ahead and set in some of our buildings here. I like going into wireframe, and since I already have the ground, I kind of know where everything's going to be at. And that's really helpful, especially if you just select on your plane and we just want to add in like a single edge loop or something like that. Then you can kind of just see that right there. Change that API port in the settings to the API port it gave you in the error. I think it's 280. So wait, if I try this again, it'll give me the API port again. Whoops, I accidentally clicked it twice. Yeah, 28888. So then edit settings 28888. Boom. Exported successfully. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Now, where's my trash bag? Right? Is that just supposed to work? Where does the trash bag go? I don't see it in my scene collection here. And try it again. Maybe it was because it was in edit mode. Export successfully. You might have to reset Blender again. Okay, it's fine. We can do that. We got time, guys. We got time. Oh, by the way, okay, I'll show you this in a minute. I was thinking this would be a fun challenge to do. I had talked last week about the first version of Blender that I used. Now you fixed the bridge settings. Okay, fantastic. So now if we go in here, we hit the export button. Exported to Blender successful. Where are you? Are you sure there's nothing I have to do with inside of Blender to set this up? Like not a plugin I have to install or anything? Because that seems strange to me. Blender kit, flip fluids, human gen, create, atmosphere, real snow, omniverse. Like, it seems strange to me that I don't actually have to set up any settings inside of Blender. For developers, building integrations using Megascan/Bridge API. For offline users without, no, that's fine. Share usage data. Don't really care. Probably not. I'm positive might have been might have to close Bridge and reopen Bridge, then open Blender again. Okay, sure, we'll do that. Let's close that. Close that. And then I'll open up, as you mentioned, in that order. Bridge first, then Blender. My other issue is I have this many versions of Blender installed, so I don't know if it's getting confused between the versions of Blender that maybe it installed to the wrong version or something like that. Okay, and then let's see. Trash. We just want some trash, guys. Whoa, that is some trash. Some trash bags. Let's go ahead and download. I know that's not the same model that we had before, but it's fine. We'll get it. Honestly, we don't even need the 8K resolution. I kind of want to see if we can get this to work because there's a lot of other things with inside of this. Trash bags are incredibly simple to make. Okay, exporting. Export successful. And it doesn't pop up in my list over here. Okay, we're going to have to put this on hold. I have to put this on hold. I might have to test that out myself. But before we get into today's render, I know we're going around in circles here, but before we get into today's render, I talked last week about the first version of Blender that I ever used. And I was wrong. I think I said 1.5, and that's not correct. It was 2.49. And I downloaded it because it's still available on the Blender website. Oh yeah, because I have multiple versions, and that's what I'm about to show you. So I downloaded Blender version 2.49, and guys, it still works. It still works on Windows. Check this out. So let's just open this up. I don't know what version you guys started Blender out in, but this was the exact version that I used. This was the first version of Blender that I ever touched, and it's crazy. It brings back the memories, guys. It's atrociously ugly, but it's like crazy to like look at this again. We can even I can even show you some of the crazy. Whoa, where's my mouse? Where'd my mouse go? Oh, it's right there. Yeah, let's try getting Bridge assets to work at this, or any kind of plugin whatsoever. In fact, actually, let's see. File, where's preferences? Factory settings, import. Here's all the files you can import back in the day. External data. Oh, and here's the best part. This is kind of what I was talking about last time with like editing stuff. So like this is edit mode. It goes into this like ugly like purplish thing. And oh my gosh, I keep left clicking when it's right click. But yeah, so that's that. And now it's like you can grab this and you can, it's flickering. I don't know if you guys can see that or not, but like the software is actually glitching out on me. But yeah, this is the version of Blender I used. So, oh, you open it up in 3.6 and it just copied and pasted to 4.0. Gotcha. See, but that's just so much work. That's just so much extra work. But yeah, so this is the version I used, and the game engine is if you press P, it goes into the game engine, and now it's actually a video game. Your mouse disappears and all that stuff. You can edit all your game logic down here by adding in like some crazy properties and like all sorts of stuff. And I can even just show you like one of the basic ones that I did, which was, let's see, adding on a cube. It's always going to do this. Then you do like an and then you do like a motion controller of some kind. And let's just say it's going to be rotating at 0.1, which I don't even know how fast that is, but let's try this out. You see how glitchy that is, dude? Oh my gosh. And now if I go into the game mode, it's always going to be rotating on the Z-axis by 0.1. So one of the first shots I did was like a helicopter with rotating, spinning things. And that's how you did it. Like I would do this, screen record this, and there you go. You got your CG VFX shot. But yeah, I just wanted to show you guys that. I thought that was funny. Was kind of like a blast of the past. This is last week. I was like, oh, I gotta download that and see what version it was. And it was version 2.49. Was the first version I ever used on Blender. So fun story. What was the first version of Blender you used? And was it as traumatizing as my first version? I don't know. But it was fun. It was fun. Okay, so I'm going to go back to this, and we're just going to go ahead and set up our scene here. We'll do Shift S, cursor to world origin. And... wait, what is going on? Oh, did I accidentally duplicate it? Yeah, I did. Just kind of like getting these lines to line up a little bit. It's a bit of a process. But it's just kind of like to get that building line in there, and that way we have like the correct perspective is that we're going for. Let's go ahead and we're gonna just add in another edge loop here and just grab that side. This is going to be kind of like our walkway. So I wanted to get our ground to only be where we're walking, so that way we know where the alleyway is going to be living, and then we can build up from here, of course. So if I just duplicate this, and then if I take everything and we just extrude upwards, this is roughly going to give us what we're looking for. And let's go ahead and just delete the top, only faces, and only faces. I'm going to delete these edges as well. Edges and faces. That's fine. So there we go. Now we got like a bit of wow, I am selecting all sorts of weird stuff here today. Let's delete only the edges and faces from there, and delete only the edges and faces from there. So now we'll have like separate objects for everything. That should just work. Yeah. It is funny because the rotation is a little bit off here, but we can fix that. So let's rotate that on the Z-axis. And I kind of want to get this to line up. It's because the camera is not perfect on the render that we already had. There you go. Now we got ourselves an alleyway. I don't know that we needed to go all the way past camera like that. Just to make our life simpler, let's go ahead and not do it. I'm just going to add in some edge loops here. Probably should have done this before we deleted everything else. We'll just go ahead and delete the vertices back here. I'll do the same thing for this side right here with these vertices here. But yeah, I'm sorry I couldn't stream last week, but you know, we're back, and then next week I'll be actually missing again, but I do have a tutorial coming up, hopefully by next weekend, and that'll make do for me not being able to stream. It's a fun little tutorial that I've been working on. The thing is with tutorials, it's more than just like screen cap, because I've decided that I kind of wanted to add in a little more pizzazz and some extra renders and stuff like that just inside of it to showcase different abilities. And that takes a little bit of time, because render time takes forever. But that's what makes me most excited about kind of the new render farm that I set up, because now that's going to make it so that I can do, you know, animation so much quicker than I could before. Is that really how far away our... I guess it is. Just kind of piecing out like where the different like objects in our scene is going to be. So I'm just using cubes right now, and then we can always change this later. I just like to use cubes as like a reference point. Adding in detail later is much more preferable for me, especially if we can get Quixel Bridge to work. We'll just download it to 3.6 and then just copy it over like you mentioned, MTO. It is weird though that it doesn't work, and it might have something to do with like what is considered the primary version of the software. I don't know. I'd imagine maybe something like that. but it's okay. Have you seen the new OpenAI Sora text to video? Okay, so, oh man, I gotta not talk about these things because like it's such a polarizing conversation to have with people about this stuff. I think, yeah, it's crazy. Let's be real. It is pretty crazy. My opinion is that it's actually kind of cool. I like that it exists, actually, but I view it more as a tool. And I think it's really easy to get scared of new tech as it's coming out, and because it changes workflows. And if you're used to doing everything manually and stuff like that, I think that like that can be super scary if like your whole livelihood feels like it's just changing under your feet. But I don't personally, I'm not in the camp that believes that AI is replacing artists. My opinion is that it is a tool that will actually create more work for artists in the long run. And I think that right now it's a little hard to see that. But I think eventually we will see that more and more films will have the ability to use AI, and or not AI in general, but like CG. And honestly, that'll help. But yeah, rest in peace stock footage. This is another interesting thing. I was talking with my coworker about this, and I don't know how true this is, but he was mentioning that stock footage isn't really like a thing that people do like full time. I don't know. I've never been a cinematographer, but I am curious, is stock footage like actually a job that people do? Like that's where they make the majority of their money? I mean, sure, it might be a little extra cash on the side, but like, you know, I didn't think that was a thing that like people were like, oh man, I'm going to lose like my house or something because of that. That's crazy to me if that's your whole money that you're making. But hey, more power to you, right? But yeah, I think in the long run, it does end up helping VFX artists, because think about it this way. If you work professionally in visual effects, you kind of know this to be true. Visual effects is one of those things where there's always notes. There's always going to be notes. It doesn't matter if you make a perfect shot or not. Every single time you work on a shot, give it to a client, there's going to be a note, because it's such a creative kind of medium. And since it's so creative, as long as technically speaking, your track is tracked and, you know, you got everything from a technical perspective done, then like, honestly, everything else is just creative. Like, how much reflections do you want on your shot? Well, that's a creative thing as much as it is a technical thing as well. If you're doing like a cell phone replacement shot, this is an example, or an explosion. Let's just say you're doing an explosion. I feel like explosions are really nice and easy to kind of like understand from a technical perspective, but also a creative perspective, because technically speaking, an explosion could be so big, right? And you can have sparks flying and add in all the smoke elements and then make sure it's comped in correctly. So maybe you have your white point and your black point and your exposure is all set correctly and everything. Well, all of that can be done correctly and then still have creative notes past it, because your director is going to be sitting there going, well, I don't like how it blows up more this way. I want it to kind of explode more this way, or I want more sparks, or I don't like that one spark because it just draws my attention away from what I really want to be seeing. Or, hey, can you change this flare here to cover more of this part of the image, because I always hated the background plate that we filmed. And they've got a million notes, and that's just how visual effects works. It's the creative process behind visual effects. And it's just an ongoing conversation that the artist has with the director and the other filmmakers. Well, with that being said, though, with AI, every single time you generate a new AI image, it will create it from scratch. So all of a sudden, the stuff that the director did like is now no longer in your shot. And that is not good, especially for artists, because they need the reliability to know, hey, if I change prompting, right? Because it's AI prompts. If I change my prompt from this line to this line, then it will change overall what's going to be happening to it. And I know what's going to be changing on it. But if you don't have that fine control on it, then you won't be able to deliver a shot professionally. Now, that doesn't mean that, you know, the filmmaker can't go and make their own explosion, because sure, they'll get something and they'll be happy with it, and then they'll mess with it and be like, oh, I can't get it to be what I want, so this is exactly what I want. And it's like, no, it's not. It's, if you were hiring an artist, you would be way more picky than what you are currently are right now. But that's just how it works. That's how it's always worked, and that's how it always will work. It's like, I wonder how long it takes for Sora to generate a clip. That is a really good question. Because they didn't really say. Midjourney has like always been clear with their AI like stuff. It takes 60 seconds to make an image, and then that's that. But that's a really good point. I didn't even think about that, on how long the processing time would take. But I would imagine their servers aren't that heavy, because they are the only ones making the photos right now, because it's not open to the public. So I can't imagine it being that insane. And then you said, yeah, but how long till you tell AI your notes and it fixes that? True. I mean, hey, ChatGPT's come so far. Or in painting, where you tell it the areas to change it and it keeps the rest. Yes, and I think that's like eventually what's going to end up happening. But I'm talking like, and I use the example of like explosions, but like in the creative field, like it's so fine-tuned with how everything works that like I don't think that it'll be that way. Like it's very hard for me to like, just working professionally with like visual effects and seeing how people talk to artists. They don't talk in English most of the time. Most of the time, notes that people give are like, hey, I want this to feel more boomy, you know, I want it to have more of like a pizzazz. Like I want to feel the coolness factor of that explosion against like this building, and it's got to feel like very impactful. And they don't use words that make sense. They don't say like, hey, I want the initial part of the explosion to have a 10% increase on the level of the vibrations. It's like they don't say that, but they're like, well, I really like this shot that I saw in like some anime, and I kind of want that feeling for part of it, and I don't really know what that feeling is, so I'm going to describe it with however I can, because like a visual language is very difficult. Try visually explaining anything that you work on to anybody that doesn't know anything about visual effects, and or even people that you would like, oh yeah, what is the number? How would I explain what's in my head of what I see? And that's what's difficult. And AI may get better at that. I have no doubt about that. But here's my encouragement, okay? Even if you can just feed your notes directly into the prompt and all that stuff, it still requires work to do that. And there are not just one shot in a film. You've got thousands of shots in films, and at least hundreds of shots. And so a single person couldn't do that. So regardless, you're going to have quote unquote artists that will be working on these shots, and as it's moving forward, and it may take less people to do a single shot, but it will take people to do that shot. It's not like we're cutting people out completely. It's just going to lessen the amount of artists needed on a per shot basis. And now here's my only encouragement past that. Because it will take less artists per shot, it will be cheaper. And since it's cheaper films will want to have visual effects. And so since cheaper films will want to have visual effects, more artists will be needed to do more visual effects. And you can see this like historically, even with how like the animation industry has gone. They went from CG animation from traditional animation to CG animation. And when they did that, that was really scary for a lot of artists who spent their entire life learning how to do that type of art. But that didn't shut them down. It didn't get rid of them. It only got rid of the people that didn't adapt and didn't try out that new artwork, that new style, the new programs, the new way. And my only encouragement would be, it's like, if you can, try as hard as you can to take all the different AIs that are out there right now and try your best to get better at those, because that is the future, whether you like it or not. And for the last week, I've seen all sorts of artists just complaining online, as if complaining is going to really make a difference. Nobody cares about the artists, and that's the sad truth of it. But because nobody cares about the artists, you have to kind of like look out for yourself and try to be that artist that doesn't get left behind in the dirt. That's my only thing that I would say. I've seen a lot of people that just want to complain as if like you can put the genie back in the bottle. It's not going to. It's already out, and it's unfortunate, but it's also not doomsday. It's not doomsday. Do we even need to see the inside of this trash can? I feel like we don't. Look at me, guys. I'm modeling a trash can rather than just downloading one. Skills. And that's like another thing. It's so funny. Like these different, like AI is not the first thing that really has changed kind of the industry. Let's go ahead and close this. Like libraries and like Quixel Bridge. Hell, like Unreal Engine and Quixel Bridge. You want to talk about stuff that is taking people's jobs. Like that is free software like that just makes it so that way less people can do more work faster. And let's see. I'm going to do this, and then if we hit the export button, does it go into Blender? No. Where is it going? 3.4? How do you know which is your main version of Blender? Do I have to uninstall every other version of Blender? Export. But yeah, what is your thoughts on the Sora AI? Is there, are you scared by it, or what are you guys' thoughts on that? Because I think I have a little bit more optimistic and I think approach to it. I'll be honest. I think that the one thing about it right now is that it takes away more like, here we go. What, guys? Version 3.0.0. Well, it worked in version 3.0.0. It should be whatever version you open, to be honest. That's how it is for me. Yeah. Yeah. Well, we found it. We found it. So we have to have that version open. Version 3. Sometimes it doesn't work with version 4.0, and it usually does. Works fine for me on 3.6 every time with no issues. Yeah. Yeah. Well, hey, we go back to version 3 because that's where it's at. That's hilarious, guys. But yeah, as I was saying, I have a little bit more of an optimistic approach on these things. I don't know, because to me, I feel like it doesn't help to be scared and frightened of something that you can't control. I would rather just try to adapt personally, because otherwise, like, what, am I going to just live and be angry all the time online? Like, and that's what I'm seeing from a lot of different artists, is that they just want to be angry. They just don't want it to exist. And it's like, oh, well, we could have done this trash can. Let's go and download that. We're going to just, shh, don't tell anyone. We're going to replace our ugly trash can with this one. Quixel Bridge coming in hot. And low-key, I don't care, because we need these assets, and otherwise it's going to take us a million years to set everything up. I feel like if I had to... Oh, okay, let's... I feel like I don't have to prove myself that I can model these things. I've modeled these things before. So if you guys want to see other videos of me modeling everything from scratch, those exist. Just going to replace some of our low poly stuff with some of our higher poly stuff. Make sure the trash bag texture is imported correct. Sometimes the normals go into roughness or something weird. Okay, I'll check that, but right now I'm not going to concern myself too much with it, because we're not in the shading phase. I like to do things a little bit more like in phases. That way I can just get everything kind of done and then go from there. Just makes it easier for me. Then I don't have to worry about it. So wait, does that lid come off? I could just grab the lid. Kind of like having the lid off. And we'll change this to... Oh my gosh. Use 3D cursor though. Yeah, I tend to be a little more optimistic on these things. Because right now, at least as it stands, it's not currently taking anybody's jobs. Even as is. Like if they released it to the public, it wouldn't take people's jobs. It would actually just increase the amount of compositing work that everyone would have to do. Why is that? Oh, okay, so that's barely out. And that's cool to me because I'm more of a generalist. I can understand for CG people that don't do both, but I mean, compositing's not hard, so just get into it. Take my job. Okay, so these bags here. Okay, let's just go ahead and download those as well. I mean, they're already downloaded. We'll just export them. I love that I have to use... Oh, wait. Is it the same trash bag? So, wait. If we export that as just one bag, or... It's not really helpful. I already have that bag. Or are they stacked on... They are stacked on top of... Why are they stacked on top of each other? Okay. That's wild. Going to be a trove of YouTube channels using AI videos and AI written scripts. Yeah, but AI written scripts suck. I'm not even going to lie. Like, it's not even close. Like, storytelling... I'm sorry. Storytelling is not going to be replaced anytime soon. It is really bad. And it's not even like, oh, it's maybe you can use it. It is so bad that it doesn't understand plot. It doesn't understand just proper plot and formatting. Like, and it always sounds the same too. And that it's just it is. This is something about AI, I think, in general, and which I found this really interesting. Someone did a test because they released all of the prompts from the Sora thing, which if you guys want to go check those out, the Sora prompts that they used, you can copy paste those and use them in Midjourney or Stable Diffusion, whatever you want, and it gives you very similar results. Like, very similar results. Like, the old man one looked exactly the same. Like, exactly the same. And someone posted that on Twitter. And they were just posting it to be like, oh, well, this is interesting that it looks very, very much the same. My thought on this is more optimistic again. Wait a second. AI always does the same freaking thing. Why? Because AI is not AI. And this is always my gripe with everybody with AI. AI is just data sets and machine learning to understand what those data sets are. So when you ask for an old man with a white beard, it's going to give you similar results every time. And people noticed this for the last, year and a half with Midjourney, is that a lot of the same girls that if you just said like woman doing this look the same. Like, it was a very eerily similar result every single time. Now, you can adjust what that woman looked like and make it whatever you want it if you were being more precise with that. But if we're being honest here, every single time you can go through Instagram. I have an Instagram account because I posted I made an Instagram account just so I could get like 10,000 followers on it just by posting Midjourney stuff. Now, this was back when Midjourney first came out. Like, I got in super early and I was posting daily, and I followed a bunch of Midjourney people and I just got all of the results all the time. It always looks the same. Like, every single time you're using AI, it looks eerily similar to the time before. And that's because it's a misnomer. It's not AI. It's not artificially intelligent. It is just artificially data driven. And that is something that I do find somewhat encouraging, because that just means that, at least for now, and this can change and will change, but at least for now, the AI won't creatively come up with new ways to do things or new ways to showcase stuff. And that, to me, is a good thing for artists, because it will require artists to be behind the AI to make the AI be less repetitive. And since that's the case, I think it's always kind of be artist driven. It's just more of a tool set beyond that. Yeah, so you saw the same post. Extremely similar results. PS, you're downloading all of them in 8K. Well, this is 4K. Maybe the other ones were 8K. Is that bad if they're all 8K? Is that going to kill my computer? Maybe I shouldn't be doing that. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't do that. Export in Blender, please. Export successful. Now it's not working in here, dude. What is going on? I just want my trash. Or is that a texture? I thought that was waste piles. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. That's why I am kind of optimistic about these things. I feel like right now with the state of how AI is running is that it's all pretty repetitive, and to me I think that's kind of cool because that means that an artist kind of has to be behind it to drive it to not be repetitive. And so they're fighting against this repetition. While it's a cool tool set, I also think it has that issue. And okay, so that did work. These ones are just going to be small. And who knows, maybe it'll be better at being random. But if you want to talk about randomness, if you know much about coding, which I'm sure a lot of VFX artists do know much about coding, or do know a little bit at least about coding. The interesting thing about coding is that there is no such thing as random. Like, there is no like actual random. Like, hey, if you were like, hey, generate a random number from 1 to 50. It's actually not possible. It's not possible to generate a random number. Now, they have rand as a command that you can call in like Java and Python before you guys all start texting and messaging this. They do have a random thing that will generate a pseudo random number, but it's actually not random. It's based off of a lot of factors on your system. So if you generate a random value on a computer, you can actually figure out what that value is based off of what time of day it is, what the minute and second are, basically, the date and the location, and any other sorts of information that it's using inside of its calculation. Because mathematically, random doesn't exist. So if you're just looking at mathematics and how that works, it's not possible. And so then beyond that, if you have AI that's only using mathematics and only using coding and only using all of that, then it's not possible for it to generate a random thing. It will create a perceived randomness, but it will not actually be random. And that is another thing that, like, I think is kind of important to keep in mind with how the AI is going to be moving forward. And it's possible that they will come up with solutions for these situations, and it will appear to be more random, but it is not truly random. And also, it doesn't understand emotion, and it doesn't have reactions. It doesn't react to anything. And so it's like, oh, well, is it going to create a story based off of our current political, environment that we're in? It's not going to, because it doesn't know how to react to it. But if you tell it to react a specific way, then it will react a specific way, because it's just going to take what you feed it and try to give you results that it thinks you want. So I don't know. That's another. Maybe we should stop talking about AI. But I know it's a big topic right now, at least with all of these different engines coming out, and specifically Sora this last week, which I really want to get my hands on it. I really wish it was open to the public. When I first saw it was announced, I was like, I've got to try this out. I just want to try it out. And I went to their OpenAI's website, and I was putting my credit card information in. I was like, I'm gonna sign up. Then I read like an article, and it was like, oh yeah, it's not out yet to the public, and I was so bummed. Ew, food leftovers. Let's get that. I suppose it's not going to be called trash, although I would have thought it would have popped up under this is like a dumpster. I do want some dumpsters, but maybe we're going to have to make our own. Which is throwback, by the way, to the first live stream I ever did on this channel, and I did make a dumpster in that. Why are these not exporting to Blender? Are they going to a different version of Blender? I don't know, actually. That's like the third or fourth one that's done that. Blender kit probably has dumpsters. Probably. I figured if there's anything I can't find in here, I'll just look in there. I'm not seeing... It's got trash. That's good. I mean, I'm glad it's got the trash. Yeah, bridge is being weird. You know, it doesn't want to work with Blender. It's like, hey, why don't you have Houdini? And I, you know, ask the same question sometime. Let's see. Fire escape. Is that what they're called? No, not interior. Fire escape. Fire. That's funny. So it's got like charred objects. That's pretty cool. Do we want to have a like a fire extinguisher thing in the middle of the alleyway? This is a future where fires happen everywhere. Let's see. We got a satellite. A satellite dish. Do they have signs? You can always just import it from Bridge folder, but there's extra work. It might as well use Blender Kit. Yeah, let's try Blender Kit first, and then if not, then we can always just do it that way. Yeah, the signs we can just make ourselves. We don't have to be lazy. We can make signs. We got the ability to make signs. All right. But let's just find some dumpsters because they're the last thing that I really want. So that's 3D models. No, I don't want to buy them. It's not the lock stuff. Please, free? You got free, please? Is there a filter for free? Where's the tab for this stuff? Dumpster. Free first. Yeah, baby, we got them ugly dumpsters. Honestly, we could probably just make our own dumpster and it's going to look way better than this. That is terrible. Where is it? Oh, it's down there. What? What did I do to you, Mr. Dumpster? Why are you sideways? I think I threw it on the side of this cube here. Let's just view that again. Ew, grab the dumpster. You ugly dumpster, sir. We don't judge how... We don't judge, but if we did, this would be bad. By the way, quick reminder, if you guys aren't subscribed, hit the subscribe button. And also, like this video. Like, why not? It's free. But also, we do have a Discord now, and the link is in the description. So if you guys aren't part of the Discord, then go ahead there. We post all our final renders on there, and that's the first place they get posted before I post them on Instagram. So if you want to be in the know and see everything as it's done, which is usually like midnight tonight because of how long it takes me to render these things, then go and do that, you know? Let's get this dumpster kind of like lined up there. I think that works. That works pretty well. I'm going to hide this. We don't need that over there. Yeah, let's go ahead and start working on some signs here. I don't like these dumpsters that they have, so I don't really want to use them. Save, and then we'll just go to material preview. That's probably the easiest way to see if these textures are even lining up. By the way, is my audio too quiet, too loud? I don't know. Sometimes I have issues. Last week I was a little quiet, so I boosted the audio, so I'm hoping it's fine this week. I am using a new mic. I don't know if you've noticed or not. We got the mic last week, so that's pretty sweet. You know what? We'll live with it. We'll take this, and I can change the color of it to be different. You know what? Yeah. So let's duplicate it without the lids. That's the first thing we're going to do. Or just scale this guy up. Doesn't need to be the same size. It's a different dumpster. Don't forget to check your Quixel textures imported properly when it comes time. Yes, for sure. I will double check that and make sure we are not importing them in correctly. Are you saying that they import like how are you saying they currently import? Let's go delete that. That works. I'm gonna just grab it, scale it up a little bit more. We're gonna have to add some extra bevels into this thing because it's a little smooth here. You said the roughness and the normal sometimes get screwed up. I do like some of the trash that I was trying to import, so I will get that momentarily. That's hilarious. I was supposed to be selecting the sides as well, but I didn't. Just duplicate this all the way back here. Only problem is I forgot to select the main part of it. Oh, there's a lot of details I forgot to select. Holy cow. I don't care about the rest. Sometimes the wrong textures just goes to the wrong slot. Like normal is going to the roughness or something like that. I don't know if it's one of the... Yeah, okay. I'll try it out. I'll just double check it before we get too far. Select everything here. Try to deselect this. Might as well actually make those. Oops. All right, that's cool. And then we're gonna want at least a little bit of like the volumetrics. Like I think the bump went into the subsurface once. Jeez. Well, hey, there is no subsurface anymore, so we don't have to worry about that because Blender decided that subsurface scattering wasn't a texture input node anymore for whatever God knows reason. But hey, we're just what do I know? I don't know the math behind it, but to me, that's not fun. I'm gonna, let's take the outside here, and then I'm gonna, inside of the building thing, let's just duplicate that. And that should work. I'm just gonna have this go a little bit further into it. And if we add an edge loop in, we can just extrude outwards the edges here. They still have it. It's drop down called weight now or something. No, but you can't input pictures because it's like RGB values. They changed it. I mean, you can. It's just not the same. Like, they still have subsurface scatter. When I say they don't have it, I'm lying. They have it. It's just not as intuitive as it was before. They still have subsurface scattering. Hello, it's just a different layout. It is a different layout. And I don't like the new layout. I prefer the old layout because I knew how everything worked. I'm like, you know, I've only been using Blender since version 2.49. So, you know, a lot has changed over the years, but yeah, it's just a different layout. They have this whole new thing where it's like RGB rather, and I don't prefer it because it's not as intuitive as it could be, and it just makes things a little annoying to do. Just move that all the way up. This is actually going to be a bit of a pill to model everything all the way up the wall. Maybe we can use a little bit of geometry nodes, right? I started getting into geometry nodes this last week. I developed a geometry node thing that made a knitting texture just based off of a single like edge. And I thought that was pretty cool, like the fact that she can do things like that. It makes modeling way cooler for some things. I don't know. And there's my biggest issue that I have with it right now is that I actually don't know all the different nodes inside of geometry nodes. So trying to like figure out how to do stuff in it is a lot of Googling, and that's not fun. I don't want to have to Google, guys. Like, I've been using Blender for too long to have to Google stuff. Let's see. Let's go ahead and I'm going to take everything here. We'll just extrude it. Scale on the y-axis outwards. Let's grab this edge on the top. And then if we just grab everything here, and just extrude inwards, we got ourselves a room on the inside. Fill. Boom, baby, we got a room. I think that's the only door really all the way down. Yeah, now we just have to deal with like all these like kind of like fire escape type things up the walls. Actually, you know what's interesting? This is at an angle here. But what might make this a little bit cooler because it's at an angle is not having the signs exactly line up, which makes my life easier. So let's just scale this in. We're just going to create ourselves a little sign here. It's going to go up the wall. And I'm going to throw in a subdivision surface. Kind of do something like that just to give us a nice little beveled edge. And I'll subdivide the surfaces here flat to kind of give it a little more a sharper edge. We'll shade smooth that. I think that should work. I guess theirs is just like completely square, but I kind of like the idea of it being a little more rounded. You can always just flatten that out a little bit and then make that sharper on that side. Yeah, I like that a lot. So now we can throw whatever texture we want on this thing. I'm gonna keep it subdivided surfaces, surfaces, and so make it a little more annoying with shading. I think because I want to have like a tiny outline that kind of goes around it. Like have it light through here, but not on this. Okay, I can do that pretty easily. So if we go into our materials here, let's call this sign side. And then let's create a new material. And we'll call this sign lit. Bro, it's lit. And let's go ahead and select the edges here. Trying to think this through. So if we just assign this right now, and then we change this to glass, for instance, what does that do for us? Because the subdivision surface happens after the faces that we select. Yeah, kind of. It's funny that it does that. Because it happens after the faces are selected, you can kind of see where the bevel's happening and where the texture shading kind of goes. So we can fix the top bit here a little bit. And now we get that kind of like outline around the edges, whereas the glass material's on the inside here. I'm going to also, let's see, let's grab this. Oops. Let's grab this. That way we have like that bevel on the part right up to the wall, because there is no like obviously there would be like kind of some kind of bevel all the way around the sign. And then like the other thing we could do, let's do this. I've been using Midjourney a lot lately for this kind of stuff. Let's see. I've been using Midjourney a little bit for this stuff lately. I like to create like some signs, and you can use this to generate like anything. So let's do like a Japanese sign. What do they call that? Again. Oh, what do I? Clip art. Yes. Clip art, vertical, aspect ratio, and then we'll do 9:16. We're using Midjourney, guys, live on stream. And I like to use this just for like assets, dude. Like if you just use it for like textures or like assets, it's crazy. Oh, by the way, speaking of assets, I am officially affiliated on Action VFX. So if you guys want to buy any Action VFX assets, just amazing 2D assets, I use them all the time in my visual effects. I have a link in my description now for my live streams on all my live streams. I've been trying to add them in anyways. Go ahead and click on that link. And if you buy anything there, then, you know, I get a little bit of the kickback. So this one's pretty cool, although this is also super dope. But I you know what? Let's do this one. We're going to just do a Res 2. Okay. Now here's the question. So we can use that and just drop that in. I'm kind of thinking... Let's do this. Import images plain. It's like a really easy way to add like stickers or anything onto anything. Let's go to downloads. Let's grab this guy. So if we just do that, oops, I don't really want to do horizontal view. Horizontal is not exactly what I want. Let's do join areas. I want it vertical. I don't know why I selected horizontal. And then if we select our shader editor now, here's what I'm curious about. Because this is not just a black and white image, there's also no alpha on this. What we can do is then swap this to like a color ramp. And you can plug the color value into your color ramp. And if we go view that now, I'll just make everything black and white. We can make this crunchier by then changing this to constant. And then changing the value that we want the crunchness to be at. So something like... honestly, something like this. So if we go view that, view this, a little less crunchy. And then we use this as our alpha. And then we view our principled BSDF. We should be using the base color on this. Oh, whoops. I got to invert this. That's so funny. I forgot that. So yeah, we invert our alpha, invert the color of the alpha, and then now you're going to get just that, and we can change the amount that we're showing via this. So there you go. Now you got yourself a little sign. And then on top of that, this is where I was saying like you could use this for really anything, is you can use a, let's go ahead and add a new modifier. And we're going to use a shrink wrap. and then we'll just select the actual sign itself right there, and it should just pop on there. If you want to add any offset or anything like that, if you're concerned about clipping, then go ahead and do that. And then now let's go ahead and just add in a point light, and we just grab that and move that on the inside of this this light box that we have here. Let's go to solid view, and we are in cycles. Yes. Let's just see what that looks like. Everything should be pretty dark because we're not lighting anything yet, but like if we do this, grab a little point light on the inside here, it should help illuminate everything. And we're using a principled BSDF also, but we can change this to something like glass, and then that'll just have like a different color and glossiness value to it. So what we could do is we could actually just take the texture color here, plug that into our color input here, and instead of having it white, we'll just do add a transparent BSDF, and then you do a mix shader between these two types of shaders. So we'll do a mix shader, and we'll take the alpha that we created here and plug that into the FAC, and then we plug in our glass as well as our transparency, and I might have to actually swap these. Yep, I gotta swap them. And then now that's going to give us a different sheen effect on the actual light that we're doing. I will say we're going to want to have more LED lights on the inside of this than just this guy here. And another way we can do that is just saying cursor selected, and then we can add in a cube. Make sure that's thinner than the entire sign. We'll grab the bottom here and just make sure it goes all the way to the bottom. Essentially what we're going to be doing is creating a LED panel on the inside of this. So we can call this LED. And let's go and delete this principled BSDF. But if we change this to an emission, this will allow us to plug this into the surface here. And then that's going to give us a sign that's kind of illuminating light from the interior of it. Now, this is a really flat LED light type thing here. But if we change this to like a magic texture, let's go and just look at what that looks like here. You can kind of see that it's giving us this bit of a strobe effect. So we can increase this number a bunch. This also gives us color. So we can change the color by saying hue and saturation, and then we can adjust our LED light box on the inside by just changing that. And this will give us this like really cool like LED light effect that we want here. If we drop that on our emission now, it's going to emit light outside from the inside of that box, and it's going to feel like this kind of like LED kind of like futuristic box that we have. I'm going to scale that up a little bit more, and that's just going to give us those nice textures that we want. And now if we select the outside here of our panel, this is our shader. But then if we select our sign, call this sign glass actually. We can add in some kind of like dirt and grime on this sign that we're doing here. So, I'm going to go ahead and do that by adding in an image texture, and we can import any type of image texture that's going to have like our dirt and grime effect that we want on it. I'm going to use, let's see, where's that at? I'm going to use these guys. So this is a surface imperfections pack that I've been working on for a bit now. And these are HDR photos. Actually, well, these are not. These are actually just proxy versions of the photos. But they are TIFF like 16-bit HDR photos that can be used as like grime and texture. So I'm going to be releasing these next week. And so this is a little example of some of the stuff that you can use it for. I'm going to be using this for kind of like some dirt effects that it's going to be on top of everything here. And if we go look at this, we can see that like this one has like some cracks in it. So if we find something that has a little more smudgy kind of like effect like this, like number 21, then we can just go ahead and grab that and drag that in here. And we can use this as like our roughness dirt that we want to have. So we're currently just feeding this as glass, but we can adjust the roughness value by plugging this directly in there and seeing what that's going to give us. We kind of don't want it to be plugged directly into our glass. Instead, we're going to want to have like a separate principled BSDF that potentially is just like, you know, dark, black, brown type of grimy dirt that's basically happening here. And then we could do like a mixed shader effect that's going to happen and use this as more of like a matte that we would have. And we could go look at this and see what we're really getting off of it and add in some vector mappings here. So let's go ahead and do that. Adjust the value of this. And these are completely seamless textures that I created. So we can scale this to be as large or as small as we want it to be. I'm probably going to go with something like about right here. And then that's going to give us kind of like that dirt, like kind of overall effect that we want to have. And we can plug this surface imperfection here into our mix shader. And then we can plug in our dirt here on the bottom. If we go view that, we can kind of see some of that coming through now. And if we want more of that dirt, we could just drop in a color ramp right after this image that we have here. So let's go ahead and do that. Drop in a color ramp. And as we increase this value here from black, it removes the amount of dirt. And as we increase this white value here, it adds more and more dirt until it overtakes it. So if we go and view that now, we got kind of like a little bit more dirt that's happening here. And we can adjust our value to have like kind of a little bit larger splotches or smaller splotches. I'm thinking something like that would be nice. And then what we're going to want to really adjust here is this effect here. Because of how dark it is, it's kind of blending in with the actual text that we're having there. So we might not want it to be darker as much as we could have it be like more like a glass material or something that is just like a different intensity value. So if I duplicate this glass material here and then place this into this, I can actually adjust the roughness on just like those specific sections. And then we can adjust like the color value of it as well. And then that feels more like it's dirt because it's blurring the light from the inside rather than just making it darker or black. And that gives it kind of a little bit more of a realistic feel that we would want. And we can scale this even up. I'm going to recommend is like, let's scale that to there. If we just go view this, that's what that's doing. If we take this whole thing, just going to copy paste it. I'm going to actually layer these on top of each other because I want this to be quite like, I like that on the right side of the rim there, but we may want to actually just mix these together. So we can use a mix node here, swap this to color. And if we just add these on top of each other, which we can just do factor 100, and then we'll just do an add. So it's like an additive type effect. If I take the location here and then just move that, I can actually now add in a second bit of grime to our entire material here. So you can customize these beyond it. And that's just even using the same image. So if I wanted to add in cracks in there or anything like that, I can actually just add in a whole nother material. And I've got, this is only 30 of them, but I actually have, I don't know how many I have. I think I have 50 that I created. I can't remember, but those will be up next week. And I have a full tutorial on how to use those. That's going to be live next weekend. So you guys can check that out then and drop in some of the surface imperfections and then check that out. But yeah, as you can see, that's going to kind of like add in that little extra pizzazz there to our thing. That's only doing it on the right side, but that's because we're only plugging that in right there. So if we now plug in our mix shader into the FAC, we're going to kind of get some dirt on that side as well. And we can customize that to our heart's content. But I think that's where I want that to be at, with adding a little bit of extra dirt and grime into that sign. So using this kind of technique, we can use this for pretty much everything else. Because when you got like a dystopian render, like we're going to have so much dirt and crap that's going to be throughout the whole scene. But as promised, we're going to check to make sure everything here is plugged in. So this is albedo. Albedo is plugged into the base color, roughness, and normals. That all looks correct. And let's see, that should all be correct because that's just Blender Kit. Got albedo, roughness, and normals. Normals is plugged in, roughness is plugged in correctly. So it looks like everything did plug in actually correctly to our scene. Another thing that we can work with here, a lot of the light in this scene is going to be somewhat artificial because, you know, with how the buildings are set up and everything like that. We can add in our light overall to our scenes. Let's go ahead and do that right now since we're going to do some texturing and shading here as we're working on the rest of the modeling. Let's see, we can do that by going, let's just use our atmosphere. This is going to be just a lot simpler this way. If we go ahead and add that in, I'm going to change the horizontal to be faced more like that direction, and then the vertical downwards. And then that way there's like quite a bit of light on the outside, but there's like no direct lighting inside of our alleyway here because of the way that that's faced. I think that'll be quite nice. And yeah, that's pretty subtle. I like that. I think that's good. Okay, now we've got a lot of modeling to do up the side of the building here. We've got like these fire escapes to create and things like that. So let's go ahead and do that. Sometimes what I like to do is find some reference images, and we can even create some of our own reference images here. So sure, why not do that? Let's do imagine alleyway, fire escape, dingy, dark, something like that. I don't know. Let's see what it gives us. We're just going to create some 3D models here, and then we'll drop them in and all that stuff. It's a lot of just like pipes and things like that. So not too crazy. Go and add in a mesh with a cube. Scale that down. And just see where we're going to place that in there. Let's see what kind of photos it's giving us here. Yeah, nothing great. And I don't want to have to customize that to get exactly what I want. I mean, I could just Google fire escapes and that'll work as well. So if we go fire escape, New York, it's probably what we're really going for here. It's actually a really cool image. Let's go to open image into new tab. Kind of like, it's a lot of just bars and let's get that. I'm gonna move this on the y-axis out to here. And then we can just model everything out here, then move it in. And let's, instead of manually doing this, let's just add an array. Create kind of like the walkway here. If we just duplicate that up here. Let's see. It is funny though, they kind of go in like triplets, but we can do that ourselves. So let's do that. Let's apply that. And then I like the idea of what it had there that I saw. So it's like 1, 2, 3, and then let's go ahead and delete that one. And then it's like 1, 2, 3, delete that one. And then like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Let's just delete that all together. So now we have a little bit more irregularity in that. Let's go ahead and just take this. We can duplicate it and then rotate it 90 degrees. And we'll move that all the way over to that side there. And then if we just duplicate that over, that's like kind of like the foundation of the walkway of the stairs. I don't know. I never lived in New York, so I don't know. This stuff is kind of confusing to me. Wait, how are they going up the stairs? This doesn't seem safe. Excuse me. I don't really know what I'm looking at here. So a big thing on the bottom and like kind of like half the size going up the side there as stairs, and then kind of like a thin landing and then back and forth. Okay. Alrighty then. So if we just take this whole thing here, array, that's fine for me. We'll apply that, and then we're going to make a ladder, I think. Let's duplicate this guy and then rotate him on that 3D axis there. I'll just make it a little easier. Is that how steep they are? Sure. And we'll grab that on the y-axis. Maybe that's like, there's fine. And then duplicate that like half the distance. Guys, I don't know. I can't believe these things are legal, honestly. And then we'll just duplicate. Whoops. And grab those as like a stair option here. Wait, what do they do? That's so interesting. Okay, yeah, so they go inward like that. And then if we add Control R, let's do to the edge there. That way we can delete all these vertices. And if we duplicate these guys, move them on like the y-axis, just get that kind of like doubling effect. That's fine. This one's just floating there, and I don't like that. We can kind of like create like a pseudo effect of it though, so let's see. Duplicate that, rotate that on the z-axis. Let's do that on the individual origins, rotate that on the z-axis here, 90 degrees. And extrude that outwards. Now, if we just select all this as its own thing, let's just press P selection and then just do this. We could just add an array. Just makes everything easier. Then we'll have it go up. Yeah, 3 to the side. And then it goes up and then like inwards. How many steps? Let's see. Something like that. And so that's going to be the stairs going up the ladder. And so then if we just duplicate that, since it's so funny though, because it's slightly different. We have issues here. So we can change this to be a little bit further inward. Negative 8.5. Whoa. What am I doing? Negative 0.85. That's what it is. And there we go. So you got like a ladder on that. Do they have... Wait, do they just climb up it? Or is there railing? Oh, there is railing. Okay, we can make railing. Wow. I just did a VFX shot where we actually had these things in it, and for a film, and I didn't make it. We had we ended up buying 3D assets for it, and because I was like, I looked at it, I was like, wow, that is overly complicated. But I guess I'm getting my dream of creating these. So let's take this, rotate that outwards. Something like this'll do. Just not quite as far. How far out does it go? You know what? In our dystopian future, they don't have railings. That's just going to make everything easier. Okay, fantastic. So then there's that, and then it gets to the next level. And the next level... we can just duplicate the floor. So if we press C and just select everything here, and everything here, and everything here, and we press Control L, it'll select all linked objects, and we can just duplicate that and move that upwards. And probably shouldn't have selected these guys, so let's go ahead and delete these. And now we've got that done. Let's select our... just make that its own separate thing. It'll just make everything easier, so that way when we grab this, we can actually just duplicate it and rotate it. And then if we rotate this on the z-axis 180 degrees. Okay. So now that ladder just goes up and up and up. That's crazy. I'm just... okay, so then we can make a loop on this. So if I made it so that this wasn't selected to that loop, then it can kind of just keep going back and forth. We could use an array that goes all the way up. That way we don't have to worry about this. Interestingly though, let's go look at our reference image here. So it just goes up and up and up. It doesn't really go out. That's fine then. We don't need to have it model go out. It just makes everything a lot simpler. We'll have like a railing here because that makes sense to have. Select the edge here. Oh, it goes to that side. Which makes sense because it starts over there as well. So let's see. Just line this up and I need this all to be like one object now. But it's okay. Let's apply our arrays that we have here. And then make this its own thing. Okay, so now if we select all of this, and we just say Control J, and then we select this, Control J, and then go back here. If I add an array in, and we just go up, doesn't that just work? Yeah, it does, dude. Cool. Awesome. And honestly, having a railing is probably going to be kind of, I don't know, I think it'll make it look a little bit nicer. So let's go ahead and add in a railing. And then this bottom piece here is its own separate kind of like object. But yeah, let's go ahead and add in a railing here. Do that just by adding in a cube. We'll scale that down. And we can add in an array on this as well because, wow, we are never using the X for it. Can you just stop giving that to me? There we go. I'm going to do a bevel actually before everything. And then let's go ahead and use this array count here to go all the way to the back. And then let's use another array to move this all the way over to the other side. Honestly, it's all about just creating like this extra detail that we're gonna get from this. And then from here, let's go ahead and add another cube in. Simple stuff, guys. It's just cubes. Nice. Okay, I like that. And then if we duplicate that to the other side. I feel like there shouldn't be as many railings. Am I off on that? Yeah, it should be much less. Let's go ahead and we can fix that. Thinking, if we make that like 5 and then -1 or -4. Yeah, I like that better. Yeah, I think that works a lot better. And then let's go ahead and then now have them connect on this here. And I think the easiest way to do that is let's just have this edge here kind of extrude outwards. And you know what? It's not perfect, but I kind of like that because it just adds a little bit of imperfection to it. Let's take this, and if we apply everything here, I kind of just want to duplicate, That's definitely not perfect, but I'm cool with that. So if we try beveling like this edge here and selecting this face all the way across, I think this will just give us like this nice kind of like effect. And so we can duplicate this cage now. Whoa, what did I do? Is it because it's not, yeah, it's rotating on individual origins instead of median origin. So if we rotate that around, this will give us a better kind of like cage that we could drop in on the top here. I'll fix the bottom piece of this as well. Okay. I love that. And now if we turn the array back on, we'll actually have to join all of this stuff real quick, but let's go ahead and add in this to this. Oh, actually, this is not going to work initially because that's going to go to the top of that, but we could fix this. So let's just have the offset of it be a little bit lower. 0.8 maybe? No, 0.8, like 9. Close, 0.8, 0.87. I wish I could hike this down a little bit better. Nuke has like these great tool sets in it for like the numbers. If you just like go up arrow or down arrow, it will auto do that for you, which is really nice. Oh, Control J. And I think that's already up there. Yeah, that's correct. So there we go. So this is your ladder thing going to the top. That just goes all the way up, and then we have like this bit here, which I guess we could duplicate the railing from this if we wanted to. Probably make it easier just by duplicating the railing from down here. I do like these poles, so let's just duplicate that P selection. Delete the array off of it and move this down. I like the height, so this will allow us to have consistency at least within the height. Now let's go ahead and add just an array to that, and that'll make it so that I can have these things go a little more sporadic distance. Nice. So there we go, guys. That's the fire escape thingy-majing that we created. We can now take this whole thing and move it over into our alleyway. Shouldn't be that difficult to do. So if we just take this and move it into our alleyway, rotate it, see what we get here. I scale this down slightly. Now this guy here, we could just increase the array of this until it's out of our shot. And there you go. That's actually pretty easy. We can now actually use this several different times inside of our scene because it's basically just the same thing in different areas, right? So if we take this, let's go here, top view, duplicate that all the way down here. This one, the array will need to go a little further. Let's duplicate this, move this over here. Let's do Control M, XX. Booyah. Now just on that other side, it's just the same thing. And then this sign that we created earlier, we could actually just duplicate this a bunch of times as well because, again, we're just using the same kind of stuff over and over and over again. I would want maybe like a, do we have an air conditioning vent? I don't know why my caps lock is on. Ooh, that's cool. Although this is really what I wanted. Probably take that. We could duplicate this a bunch of times as well. So, just move this all the way. Oh. Let's just take that. We'll duplicate that down on our x-axis all the way over there. Probably duplicate it again on the x-axis. Move it you know, up the y-axis. Just adding in some extra detail to our scene here. Kind of layering things in. What else do they got here? Ooh, got some nice sci-fi interior vent fans. That's cool. Let's use those. Where'd that go? Right there? Probably just like I think it inverted it to the other side. That's hilarious. Rotate on the z-axis. Let's do 180 degrees. Get it on the outside here. Oh, you know what? I think it was oriented the correct direction. It's just was in the wall. Is that what we want? So let's go ahead and save that and view it in material view. Just load this material up real quick and then see what that looks like. I'm gonna pour myself some more water here. Drink water, guys. It's good for you, especially when you're talking on these live streams for a long time. Doesn't look like it's actually... Oh, it is. There we go. It's just taking a second to load there. Trying to figure out if I'm pointing the wrong direction or not. No, I am pointing the right direction. That's good. So now I can take this thing, we could scale it up. Kind of like that. That works for me. Most of that's on the inside. I don't think we need all of it. I don't think it looks that crazy. It does say science fiction, which is funny because it's like, it should be. Oh, what else they got here? I don't think this... I selected a sci-fi vent, but I don't think it was that sci-fi vent. So we have these window AC units, and I'm using those already. Kind of like this idea of using a rooftop thing as well. That's pretty crazy cool. Yeah, let's go ahead and drop that in there as if like... Gotta hide this over there. We don't need that. I think, let's see what else we got. They got a lot of little different like vent things that we could potentially use. Ooh, old air conditioning. It's really low poly, so we might want it a little further away, but it's nice to have just that in there. I don't want you on that screen. How many times do I gotta tell you? At least once more. Yeah, and a lot of that stuff's paid. It's okay, we don't need it. We did a good enough job modeling everything ourselves. I'm gonna take, let's see, let's look at this dumpster real quick here. Like, I like all of this. Let's rotate that around and just use this over here. And I think that's nice. I think that works for me. We're going to get into lighting here in a second, so I'm just going to prematurely do this. I already know that I'm going to want to, so... this is a thing that we pretty much do every time, because... Although it'll be a little different this time because we're doing an alleyway. But ideally, we just want to cut off the lighting. From behind us, because I want it to feel darker. So if we delete only the faces on this, then this kind of creates like this backdrop that we can't see. It's hidden, but if we go in here, we actually clean up our collection. Holy cow, guys, this has gotten kind of messy. Let's call this flag, and we're not gonna clean it up because we're not going to. Call this flag, and then change the base color to something like black, and that will make it so that it's really dark and will not bounce the light as much and create kind of like this negative fill on the entire environment. Cool. Okay, so that's definitely the vibe we're going for here, and we're going to want to add in a lot more light, but this will give us the creative control to do that. And I really like this. It definitely feels like that's outside of this like alleyway all the way down there. And then, ooh, we need a cat. We got cats. We got a little kitty. Got like a kitty walking. He might work. He might work better. Although he's a little domesticated. But that's fine. We'll take it. Go to camera view here, and then let's go ahead and select this kitty. And we're gonna work with the kitty now. A little bit bigger. It's like in proportion to like everything else. And if we just rotate him like so. You know, the camera is a little bit lower in the test photo. I do kind of like that. I'm gonna just increase this backdrop here so that way we're not seeing into the world at all. But with that being said, let's go ahead and start working on some of the materials and lighting for this scene. I kind of like everything that we've got going for us right now with the layout. Let's get a little bit more work done on some shading, and before we do that, we're going to want to have some lighting in there. So I'm going to hide this guy here. So let's go to viewport display on this guy, and then we'll just change it from displayed as to wire. So that way he's not in my way as I'm trying to work on stuff. The other thing is, let's select the ground plane that we have here. If we have that ground plane selected, let's create a new material, and we will call this ground. Hey yo, Ardash, welcome back, welcome. Yes, last week I missed the stream, so wasn't able to do the stream last week, but we're back at it this week, so I'm glad you were able to pop in. Thank you so much for joining. We're just working on like this dystopian photo. This is the photo right here that we are recreating, and there's a long way to go on it, of course. Ooh, I just noticed there's a bad word in this reference photo, so maybe that's a not so good thing, but we might have a little bit of fun with that. So let's go ahead and duplicate this ground plane that we have here. I'm gonna have kind of like a liquid on the ground as it's going back into the alley. And while that's duplicated, let's go ahead and add in a new material here. We're gonna add a new material in here called water. This will kind of be like the wetness on the ground, and we can do that by removing all of the roughness, kind of making that a little bit darker, maybe kind of like a little bit of a tingy color. And then our other ground material that we should be having here, if we go ahead and select that, well, we want the water one. This is important. Take the water one and move it down slightly. And we're going to adjust that later. But with our modifiers, we could go in here and add in a displacement and say new, and then go over to your textures, which is what it just added, and change this from image or movie to something like, let's do clouds. And before this displacement happens, we're going to need vertices to play off of. So go ahead and just drop in a subdivide surface before your displacement and add in a bunch of vertices. And 6 should be fine. Now that is a huge amount of displacement that we have there. So we can adjust the amount of our displacement by going here to the strength and changing this to like 0.01. You're doing really great work. Great dedication towards your work. Thank you so much. So, thank you. It's a work in progress for sure. So, you know, we're always getting better. We're trying to get better anyways. And, it's definitely, hopefully we're making some cool stuff. So, but yeah, so after this is, 6 levels deep here, and I think 6 is about right. You can kind of see it clipping here. Correctly. So if we do random, you'll kind of see it more. This right here is our ground piece, and wherever we see green, or well, they're both green, but where we see the lighter green is where there's not going to be liquid. So obviously we don't want that much liquid comparatively, because we only just want like little blobs here and there. We can change all of that inside of our texturing shading here by the size. So if we adjust the size to be larger, you'll see that it kind of takes over everything. And then smaller, it's a lot smaller and more intermittent, which is kind of what we're going for here. So let's go ahead and do something more like, oops, grabbing the wrong slider here. Do something more like, let's see, kind of like that. And then if we now lessen the amount here, by bringing this up towards the camera, let's see. That's pretty good there. And now if we take everything, we can actually shade smooth it. And that's going to give us kind of like our bumpy ground that we have. We might want to take this. We can apply everything inside of it. And then we can take the ground as well and then scale by Z. But I would do that by placing the cursor where like the feet of the cat are, for instance, or really anything that you're using as like a contact point, because we don't want it to warble as much as it is, but we do want to have the liquid kind of coming through here. And so what we can do is we can actually scale by the 3D cursor, and we can scale this pretty close down, and we're not going to lose as much of the liquid that's coming through, but we are going to get this to look a little bit more cleaner, so that way we're not casting shadows strangely on the ground. So if we do that, that'll work a lot better. But now let's go ahead and fix our cat here. And we can actually select both of our ground and then move that down on the Z axis. I think that should work really nicely. So now wherever we have this liquid at, we will be getting some liquid shading that's going to come through. So go ahead and save that. We can actually go preview that over here. Go into render view. We're going to have to make some adjustments to our shaders, but you can already see like that liquid is really nice. I think that adds a little bit of extra pizzazz to your render. I'm not seeing that we need to really have any more. I kind of want some a little bit closer to camera. Maybe not. Okay, and then let's go to our ground material here. We don't have any concrete yet, so let's go ahead and add in a concrete shader. So if we change our Blender kit here to something like concrete, we'll just get our like base material that we want to have. Then we can add all sorts of grunge on top of it manually. Kind of thinking something. This might be good as like a base. So let's go ahead and select that. I should apply this old concrete to everything, and we'll notice right off the bat that our material is gone wonky on us. So let's go ahead and go into our shader editor, which we have right over here. And it is currently using UVs, but we could swap that to generate it, and then that way it should give us like a quick fix that maybe might work well for us. I actually think we lost our liquid as well slightly. So we can go ahead and go fix that. And that's mostly because of the displacements that it's feeding into it. So you can get rid of these displacements, and then now you're not going to have any issues. But, you know, that's all good. I'm going to select our ground here, and since we have all of these as vertices, we can actually just select the area in which we want to have more like of the ground go underwater. We can just move that down slightly. And ideally we don't want to lose our cat. So like that's really important to us, is making sure that everything is super readable and super seeable, you know, by the audience. So let's go ahead and I'm going to go into sculpt mode. That's what I really want to do here. Let's go to sculpt mode. Let's use our grab tool. I like the elastic deform tool the best for this kind of stuff. Let me just move this down. That'll give us like a nice little extra thing there. All right, then we'll go back to object mode here. And under our concrete, we can add in some cool stuff as well. Let's go ahead and add in a musgrave material, like texture. And if we go view that directly by pressing Control Shift and then selecting it, we can change the scaling of this to the size that we're going to want. I'm going to scale this way larger. Something like that should do. I'm going to duplicate this musgrave, and then we're going to half this value to something like 100. And I'll show you why in a second. So we're going to use like 100. And this is going to give us like very general areas. And if we use a color ramp on this, we can actually increase the black value of this to be much less. Probably somewhere around there. And then if we increase that value there, we can plug this into a mixed color node as the factor, not the A. And if we plug this guy, our height, into the A, and then plug this into the black value here, then what we're really doing is that we're actually subtracting everywhere that the white is. So we'll want that to be the opposite, and then this be black. So now we're going to have these smaller kind of like musgrave materials, but fewer and far between. And that'll give us more control over like texturing the actual ground here. I might adjust the scaling slightly, something like that I think would work really nicely. Now what we can use this for is if we move this whole material back, we actually have this being plugged into our roughness currently, and that means everything is extremely rough because of how light everything is here. But what we could do is do another mix color, and we can take the value that we're plugging into the roughness. Let me just go to full screen here. We can take the value that we're going into roughness, and we can plug that into our A input here, and then we can take this and we can go look at it. If we plug this guy into the factor and then we change B to black, we can actually add in kind of like areas that are much darker on purpose. So that way they're kind of like damp sections, if you will, that will feel like more wet or grimy. And if we increase the contrast of this, you're going to see that come through more and more. I'm probably fine with this. Let's just make this like super contrasty right now. If we go like to here, then these are going to be like wet puddles, like of actual water. We don't want that. So we have to select our black, and then we have to change this to be a gray. Actually, oh, I'm sorry. No. Not on this thing. You have to change it on this thing. And then if you change this to be a gray, it'll make it more of like a damp kind of texture than anything else. And an even better way of doing that is changing the, you can plug another color ramp. We love color ramps. Why? Because they lag our entire computer. Jeez. Oh, man. I don't understand why the color ramps are so buggy all the time in Blender. I have the biggest problems with color ramps. And like every now and then they're kind of fixed where they don't have this issue, but then this happens. So now we just take this roughness here, we plug this into the FAC, and then if we go view this, it'll just be the regular roughness again. But now we can change some of the values. So for instance, if we select the white value here, we can actually just select the gray value that we had before. And so now you're going to have that same kind of like bumpy texture that we were getting from our actual roughness that we imported, but this time its white value will be much less. So we can plug the color of that into our B color here. And then if we go view this, then we're still now, instead of having those gray puddles like we had before that had no material to them, we'll have the same gray puddles, but this time they'll have actual like kind of bumpiness to them. Because again, we're not trying to create liquid, we're trying to create kind of like this idea of like damp ground. So now if you take this guy and plug the result of the mix node directly into your roughness, and we go view this, we're now going to have kind of like this damp areas on the ground. And the more we adjust this, the darker it is, the more damp those areas are going to be. So we could do that, and then just adds a little extra kind of detail to your scene that we didn't have before. Probably going to want a lot more trash on the ground here in front of everything. Let's go ahead and let's see. There's a few other things that we're going to do here. We need to work on a little bit of the lighting so that way it's easier to see what our textures are doing. Because right now everything is so dark. So if I go into the room in here, I'm just going to add in a light. Just need a point light. And this point light here, the value of this needs to be something like 200 or something crazy. And that's going to be like our door that we have on the inside here. Let's go ahead and change the color of that. I'm going to add in an area light. Just kind of create kind of like a bit of a fake ambient occlusion that's going on here. I'm going to do that around the cat as well because I want the cat to be really have like this nice rim light on him. Change this to a medium point. Let's see, grab that on the z-axis and let's go and rotate this. Doing it for such a small object. Normally, the objects I'm doing this on are like much bigger, so you've got a lot more room to work with. I'm going to make this so that way it's like the light from the door is kind of being cast on him. I'm not going to cast a shadow. We are using, interestingly, we are using Blender 4, so we could use light linking on this, which I may actually want to do. So let's do that. Not actually quite sure how to. Gotta Google this real quick. Blender 4.0 light linking. How do you do it? Light linking. Select the light or emissive mesh object and go to the shading panel. I'm there. Create a new light or shadowing linking collection. Drag and drop objects or collections from the outliner. Interesting. So if I select the cat, which is what we want. Where are you at? There we go. Hello, kitty. And then we select our domestic light. Drag and drop that. Wait, what? I'm missing a step, aren't I? Create a new light or shadowing linking collection. Nope. What am I doing wrong here? Okay, Blender Secrets always has the answer for us. I just don't understand why no one's posting photos of the node. I don't want to watch a video right now. I just want to know how to light link, please. Someone post your node graph or something like that. Attribute. Well, that's weird. So I plug this into what? How do I do this? I'm not watching a video. I just want somebody. Like, why is this not? Okay, so select the light or emissive mesh object and go to the shading panel. I'm there. I'm under the shading panel. And then create a new light or shadowing linking collection. Drag and drop objects or collection from the outliner. Links can also be set up to the 3D viewport link data operator. Okay, link data operator. The active light object is linked to the selected receiver or blocker object. A light or shadow linking collection can be assigned to and shared between light objects within a scene collection. Can be directly assigned to the light shadow lighting collection. Exclude. Light receiver objects can be included and excluded. The behavior is as follows. Interesting. So, okay. Under the light bulb, nodes, emission, custom properties, new, nope. Why couldn't they just put it under this menu here? I don't understand like why it's not under your regular menu for light linking. So wait, collections, add a collection, collections here, add to collection, collection. It's under that collection. So wait, this is definitely not it. Shading, visibility, viewport display, no. Okay, ray visibility, it should be there too. Like it should be in one of those locations for light linking. Select, yeah, and it's not under the shading panel. And then light links can also be set in the 3D viewport with the light link data operator. Item, tool. Where's your light link data operator? I don't even know what this website is. Light linking. How to use light linking. There we go. Photos, guys. And then under shading, light linking. New. Holy camole, guys. They actually have... We did it. Okay. So yeah, so you just drag and drop that into your light linking panel. That's easy enough. I don't understand why that isn't under the actual light bulb settings. Why is that here? Someone explain this to me. Why would it be under the shading group in your main object settings? Like, that's so weird. Okay, so yeah, so we can light the kitty that way. I'm going to just duplicate this guy, and then we'll just rotate it down. Just kind of creating a little bit more of an edge light on our cat. And I really like that we can do that light linking thing because I want it to feel like the light is coming from that door and lighting the cat up. But I really didn't want the ground to have that same light. However, with that being said, that doesn't mean I'm opposed to light coming out of this door. Why is it so laggy or slow to get in here? We can go ahead and duplicate this light, and I'm going to change it to an area light. And if we change it to an area light and then rotate it out the door, kind of want to get... wanted to definitely come out this door and feel like that door is casting some light out of it. So let's go ahead and just increase that. It's also going to be cool because we can add in like some volumetrics, although I kind of don't want to because volumetrics always take forever to render, and I have like a decent computer and it still takes forever, so that's not fun. One day, eventually, they're going to have like render speeds for volumetrics and real-time rendering. And it's going to be amazing, guys. I can't wait for that day to happen. Let's just add in kind of like a just general fill light. I think that just adding in a little bit of extra pizzazz to it will be nice. Some overall kind of like light that's gonna light everything up. This, I don't know, something's off about that. I don't like this bottom area. We're gonna add in some trash, which we can do now. So I had it download to Drive D Bridge. Where's that at? Downloaded. 3D. Debris in trash. Preview. That already imported. Street jobs. Container other. Already got that. What is Atlas? Debris food. JSON file? What? So these are EXRs, normals. Where's like the OBJ or FBX or whatever it is? It's your preview. Thumbnails. Oh, you know what? Maybe that's why it didn't import into Blender. It's like it didn't understand what file type it was. Because like even right here, like that should be like it maybe. The JSON. Let's try. Can you import JSONs into Blender? I've actually never done this before. Edit preferences. Is this like an additional like import option? JSON. JSON? JSON? No? Okay, that's fine. Let's go back to bridge. Kind of want to like get some like more trash if they have any that I can use. So 3D assets. We got like food, nature. Let's see, concrete pile of rubble. I don't know that pile of rubble is really the direction I want to go. Oily paper roll. We got like some dirty woos. Yeah. Some waste like trash cans. It's like, yeah, we live in an era where like we actually have waste. I don't know. Let's go ahead and download this like pile of bricks or something like that because it doesn't hurt to have like this into your scene. If we export that, exporting to Blender. I don't know why it would say it was successful before, because it definitely didn't import it into Blender. Yeah, I think that works. And then we'll just drop that down. As long as this, yeah, did I put this inside of the domesticated cat? I did. Let's not do that. Let's put inside the old air conditioner. Since it didn't come in with its own collection. Just kind of like have that intersect with the ground a little bit more. I think it's kind of like overlapping the cat though, so this might not necessarily be a good location for it. That's good right there. Let's look at some more trash. I like how there could just be like a Chinese restaurant box like right outside the Chinese restaurant that's in the alleyway. That's details that make sense. Let's go ahead and grab that. Scale it up. How big is like a Chinese 1 pint box of rice, right? It is like the small details that I think really add in like the extra effect to it. Dirty burger box. Let's go. As much as I'd like to have just like one asset that basically has everything I need, it's like I feel like we're going to have to download and import individuals for everything. Which is better, actually. It's better than me having to model it, I'll tell you that right now. Put that like right here. I don't know why it also makes everything float. We'll have some depth of field. You're not going to be able to see this as much, but it's kind of cool that it's there. Yeah, let's just keep duplicating, or not duplicating, but finding some more. Cigarette boxes, let's go. Do they smoke in the future? I think that's like a good question. Like, do they finally figure out that smoking just causes cancer and it's like actually not good for you? Or do people just keep stubbornly, you know, smoking? I feel like that's something that eventually we'll figure out, right? We'll be like, oh, you know what? This actually has been bad for us. Like, maybe we shouldn't have done that. Or am I stepping on people's toes by actually saying that? I'm just going to keep putting some stuff in the foreground because that's where I feel like most of our... it's lacking. It's like further away. We don't care if we see cigarette boxes on the ground. I'm going to rotate that to be more fallen over. Yeah, it's definitely getting there. We just need to add in a lot more. More cigarettes, guys. Lots and lots and lots of cigarettes. Because where do you go to smoke cigarettes? An alleyway. Obviously. Obviously. It's just a different... It's a different cigarette box. Like over here. Let's do it like that. I think it will just rotate the cigarette box. Probably, wait, that's out of camera view. 1 second. My bad. Over by the trash can. They made an effort. Like, it just didn't quite make it into the trash can. It's by the trash can at least, though, right? More Chinese boxes. Or Chinese takeout boxes. But, like, open crumpled ones. I like that. Kind of thinking of, like, something right here. And maybe that's this one. Yeah, I think my problem was I was downloading Atlas before. Let's just select hierarchy, delete those. I'm going to copy those and we'll delete them as well. And for the, by the way, for those that missed earlier, I have to, because it's not importing into Blender 4.0, I have to like go to Blender 3 when I download something from Bridge, and then I have to copy it from there and paste it into my version of Blender. Okay, I like that. That's pretty nice. I just did notice that all of this is kind of receiving that lighting, and I'm not angry about it. I think that, like, That's okay. I'm fine with that not being as silhouetted. And just receiving a little bit more light. I'm gonna say that I'm fine with the burger box doing that. I don't think that these guys should. So we're gonna move those into a different place. And you can see how much darker that is. Do I really care? I think overall I'm going to be adding some more light into like here anyways. So I'm not too concerned. Let's see. I'm overall liking it. I think that kind of works. What kind of material? Oh, wow. I do think though, like, so we have like this trash here. Let's go ahead and let's duplicate it. And put it inside of the can. We don't need to know actually how much is inside of this can, but there's got to be trash in the can. Like, a concerted effort was made by someone to actually throw trash away in this world, right? Like, it can't all just be bad. And maybe that's the thing, man. The trash just got overflowed. It's not their fault. Okay, that's good. I think that adds a little bit of extra detail as well. Okay, where are we at with this? Let's see. We got like tree debris. I'm not thinking that's gonna do us much good here. Overall the wall is like super flat. So let's look at what we got here. So I'm gonna find, I've got some different collections actually. This is quite interesting. I didn't know Junkyard. I think Junkyard might be is Junkyard the go? Even though this is technically not like a junkyard type scene. But we might get little gizmos, man. Some gizmos that we need. I don't think so. Let's go back. So these just like the free packs that they have? Or it's my first time using Bridge, really. I used it once before. But I haven't really gotten into it. This is like all my previous downloaded stuff, or no, I guess not. Ooh, that looks good. It looks good as in like I'm hungry right now. So curated stone facade. Interesting. Well, let's just search for dystopian slums, guys. They actually have it. This is exactly what I needed. Okay. And they got like all the graffiti options. I was curious about that. A dirty plastic drum. Yep. Actually, I like this. Let's download this. I like this too. Holy cow. They do really have some cool stuff. Size. This does feel like it's more like a game rather than it feels like I'm working right now. Just copying assets that were created by other people. I have fun making assets, so that's why I don't do this often. Let's not rotate on the 3D cursor. Let's make it medium point. We'll put this by the door. We'll scale this guy up. I'm thinking something like this. I don't know. I think we have this on the other side of the door. Whoa. Yeah, we'll have this on the other side of the door. Something like over here. Because I like the silhouette of this trash can against the wall. And you kind of need that. But I think like we could have this guy over there and not have a problem with anything. We're going to have to fill up this section anyways. So let's go ahead and just drop this here. Put you up against the wall, buddy. Save that. And I like this other piece of a like electrical box type thing. So let's go ahead and download that as well. And we'll put that like right next to this other guy. And because I feel like the nature of this shot, we're going to definitely use a lot of light linking in this particular scene to get like certain elements to really shine nicely. Normally I don't do light linking because I didn't know how, but now I do. So we're using it, guys. Who knew that it took like just a Google search to figure out how to do that? Okay. That's good. Cheating it a little towards camera, which is fine. And let's just have a second one right next to it. I think, though, that like across the way from this, we need to light this section up. It's just too dark and dingy, bruh. It's not supposed to be that dark, okay? It may be dystopian, but dystopian doesn't have to be bad. Let's add a light in here. I'm thinking let's increase this light to something like 100. And let's increase the radius. Oh, not the radius. What am I doing? The blend. And then let's increase this light value to maybe like 300. And we kind of want to fake this light shooting off on it. So I'm going to rotate this light here. Because you may add lights into your scene, right? But you always have to make it feel like it's coming from something, right? And so for us, we kind of want it to feel like this is casting light down that wall there. And that's what we're going for. Can even change the spot size on this. That way it really feels like it's hitting that wall pretty dramatically. Probably not going to have it that large. Let's do something like this. And let's just rotate it ever so slightly this direction and increase the size a bit more. And let's just do a pixel color. We're just going to go for this purple light because that's what's going to be lighting everything up there. And we want it to feel like that's shooting it off. So if we increase this as well, it should get a little bit more light hitting that, and it should feel a little more natural for our scene, more cyberpunky. Thinking that's fine. I'm going to change the size. Just trying to play with the light a little bit to make it feel a little more dramatic and not feel so bland, because if it hits it too flat, then it doesn't look that good. Pretty nice. I like that. I'd buy it. Let's go ahead and save that now. We're going to do a couple other things real quick. Let's, while we're thinking about this, just set our cursor to this spot here. Add in an empty, plane axis empty should work fine. And if we find that plane axis empty, just double click it and call this focus. And let's go select our camera now. And if we go to our camera settings, we can change our depth of field option. First, turn off our background image, turn on depth of field, and then find focus. Probably do something like a 1.2. Yeah, that works really nicely. It's not too out of focus, but it gives a really nice feeling of depth of field to it, to our image. Another thing while we have the camera selected, because I realized we didn't do this before, I want the pass-through to be all the way, so that way we're only looking at what will eventually be rendering, not anything else. There's a few things that I'd like to do. So let's select this guy here. I'm going to select our main collection, and let's create a new collection called FX. And if we select this guy, let's go ahead and add in a cube. Scale this guy up. I think overall that should be fine. What we're going to do with this guy is if we select our viewport, firstly, we're just going to want to hide him. So change the viewport display settings from textured to wire. And then inside of the actual material for it, we're just going to hit new. And then we're going to call this fog. We'll call it fog 1 because we're probably going to have several different types of fog. And so let's add in a volume scatter node and then plug that into the volume. I usually find like 0.7 for the entropy is really nice. And then if you change the density here to something like 0.01, be really small and like barely noticeable. But what it's going to do is it's actually going to kind of like add a bit of like light fog into your scene that makes it way more realistic for how lighting kind of like shoots through objects. And you can increase the amount of your density by just like increasing the density there. And then that will give you kind of like this like glowy type effect that's happening to it. And we can even see it inside of our preview settings here of what it's like really doing here. This light here is casting onto that fog, and that's fine. But we can always get rid of that by selecting any specific light we want and go to the settings here and change the visibility. Under ray visibility, just uncheck the volume scatter option because you may have lights in your scene that you do not want to have a volume scatter on them. And that's where you would uncheck that. I'm kind of fine with that right now, although that may look incorrect later and we'll want to adjust that, but that's something for us to figure out at a later time. In the meantime, though, let's go ahead and start adding in some materials to this wall here. It's really flat. So if we select the wall, which I don't know what I'm selecting. Oh, that's right. We select just the wall. We go ahead and hit the save button. I know we can get materials from like this actual thing. Hey, how's it going? Welcome to the stream, Ahisa. Thank you for joining. Just working on some shading and texturing right now for some of the different elements of this. I'm curious if with the Quixel bridge, we can actually download these materials and import them into Blender. I don't actually know if you can do that. Never done that before. I do like some of the graffiti options they have, so you can always like download those and just place those inside. Mossy cast in situ concrete. Very cool. Let's download this and try to put this on the wall because that's, I feel like, would be really nice. 4K should be fine, so we'll just hit the download button there. What I think is going to happen, well, let's see. So we hit the export option, exporting to Blender. Does it go to Blender? Well, it says it does. So now if I go into Blender and I add a cube, is it going to be there? What was it called? What did I just get? Mossy. There's a lot of materials here. Yep, mossy. So that came in correctly. Theoretically. It might be here. I don't know. Let's go ahead and just copy data path, or you can copy full data path here. Actually, don't know if this will work. And then over here, let's just see. We have a new material that we can then do. No, that's not going to work. So what we'll do is we'll go File, Append. Let's find this guy. Save him to like the desktop as an untitled project that I will delete later. And go to desktop, untitled, and then we can go to materials. And then we can find the mossy cast in situ. Append. So now, if I select mossy, booyah! That worked like a charm. The only issue is everything else. So let's go ahead. Let's see, albedo's plugged in correctly. All plugged in. Normals are plugged in correctly. Fantastic. So we're gonna want to add in kind of a mapping node here. And we can plug this into our vectors of all of our images by just dragging this into the vector option. And we'll do that for the 4K as well. And currently it's using UV, and I haven't unwrapped anything on this. So if we just change this to generate it instead of UV, it might give us better results, and it did not. But that's okay, because we can actually fix all of this. Just select everything and then say Smart UV Unwrap. And then we'll change this to UV again. But now the scaling of everything is going to be completely incorrect. So let's go into our material preview, which I should have saved before I did it, because this it always crashes. Whew. It's not responding. Fantastic. Save. By the way, make sure to save while you're working on things, because otherwise bad stuff can happen. But yeah, hey, welcome, Mahisa. I don't know if you're still here, but we do weekly live streams where we create brand new images every single week from scratch. We create them in Blender, and then we go comp them in Nuke. This week, we're creating a dystopian alleyway, and this was suggested on our Discord, which link is in description. So if you want to join the Discord and give a suggestion for the next stream, then go ahead and do that. This was a suggestion from one of our subscribers, which speaking of which, it was Vin, right? Vin, didn't you suggest this? You're in the stream. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I think it was you that suggested this. I could be way off. I don't know. I'm like 99% sure it was you that suggested this. We're doing your image. So you said, hey bud, how's it going? I was doing work, so I couldn't join earlier. All good. Thank you so much for joining, though. I appreciate it. Currently, we're doing a dystopian alleyway. I'm just doing some of the materials and shading for it, which I'm doing in material view. I don't prefer to shade in here, but honestly, maybe I should just get used to it. I like to see things in the lighting circumstance that it's going to be. But that doesn't always work, so yeah. You'll notice though with this wall here, super repetitive and not good for what we want, because we're going to want to have a little bit more broken up on the wall. There's going to be a lot different materials. It's dystopian, guys, so like you got to think of a billion different things that are going up the wall. So let's go ahead and do something like that. I'm going to create some materials just in like paint, because why not? MS Paint's the best, guys. Probably not that big of a texture. Let's just make this smaller. All right, list off some graffiti options. What are some tags? I'm just gonna do my name, I guess. Oh my god, this sucks. 1 second. Oh, I don't even have the cable with me right now. Damn it. I was going to use my actual drawing pad that I have here on my desk, but it's not plugged in right now. So that's not gonna work. Shoot. So I gotta use my mouse. Oh no, that's definitely not gonna happen. I'll just close this. That's okay. This is a perfect opportunity to use Midjourney, the amazing technology we have in our lifetime. Yep, I did, and it looks cool so far. Yeah, so far. There's a lot of lighting that's gonna have to happen, changes, and obviously some different texturing things. So let's see. How do you even spell graffiti? Is that correct? Oh, I don't think that's correct. I don't think I know how to spell graffiti, which is sad. It's it's graffiti. It's graffiti. Oh, is it? It's yeah, that's right. Oh wait, graffiti generator. Let's go, guys. We don't have to make anything. Let's go. Give me some tags, everybody. What do you want? I'm just gonna put in Connor. Generate, create the graffiti for me, please. And can I just get that as alpha? Can you download the graffiti? Clear canvas, please. Oh no, it's blocked. Select graffiti. Download graffiti. Background. Blocks. Changes. Generate the graffiti. We can change the background color. Outline stars. Well, I can actually just... Yeah, it's fine. I don't care. I can do this in Photoshop also. So yeah, let's put a Connor in there. So they have this blocked because you have to pay for it. Blocks, fill in, pattern. Oh, that's pretty cool. You can actually customize quite a bit of this. I'm almost curious if it'll just give me like random graffiti. Can I do that? Graffiti, tags, text generator. That's actually pretty cool looking too. Guys, we're getting so many ads for things that I didn't pay for. Why are you blocking like the actual text? There we go. Connor. Why did it put it as a lowercase c? That's so weird. Why is it so small though? It's character spacing, line height. I don't know why it made the C super small. Oh, because C's are always small? That's dumb. That just looks stupid. Okay. So can I download this? How do I download it? Oh, we'll just keep it as the default there. Download, medium, quality's fine. I don't care. PNGs, please. Give me the viruses. What tags do you guys want? I need some tags. You gotta put some comments in there, guys. What tags are we going for here? We'll call Blender, BLDR. I like that. Styling. Tip, use geo capable for this free. Don't manually, it hurts through the screen. Wait, what? Geo capable? Tip, use geo cable. Oh, geo cable. I'm sorry. Yes, geo cable for this. It's free. Okay, yeah, I'll do that. Manual would suck. You're right. I mean, but you know me. I like to do things that kind of suck. So, let's go and just download this PNG as well. Interesting though, I just noticed this. I'm not downloading transparent. Let's do this way. Download transparent. Easy enough. Text. Let's go back to Connor. Style Savage Rock. Is that the name of the thing? I don't actually care about the colors right now. I can change all this in Blender, so let's just do it this way. And then let's put in hey Vin, you get a tag since this is your thing. You get a tag. And then, let's see. You said Brock Street. I don't know what Brock Street is, but we're throwing it in there. And then, we'll do VFX. Why not? VFX got to get a shout out. Okay, that's good for right now. Images planes, right? Import images planes. And let's just go to camera view over here. No, it's fine. We'll go to camera view over here. And we're going to throw in this right here. These are different tags. Wait, what are you talking about? And then honestly, we just do this and we can add in like a shrink wrap and just place it up against the wall. Super easy way of doing it. Oh no, that kind of sucks. I'll be honest. I hate the shadow. I don't like that. Well, we can actually maybe adjust that. It depends on what the alpha channel looks like. Yeah, we could maybe adjust that. So if we add in a color ramp, you know me with my color ramps. If we go view this guy, we could probably get rid of that like shadow. Yeah. Plug that into the alpha. Booyah. So now if we remove that more and more and more, that should work. I don't like these tags. They look too cartoonish. Let's go somewhere else. Leave. I don't like your tags. You look too graffiti. Yeah, you look too like cartoony, honestly. Start creating graffiti designs. Generate a graffiti. Graffiti letters. Graffiti tutorials. Graffiti letters. I want some graffitis. Or is this like an actual graffiti like place? Graffiti creator. I just honestly want something basic. I don't even want, like, I just want it looking hand drawn. Generator text. Styles. For the color of the styles. Or just the styles in general. Just use face snapless heavy, then shrink wrap. Use face snapless. I don't even know what face snapless is. 3D filling? I don't want 3D filling. Outlines, letters, projections. Can we just turn all that off? Like, I don't think it needs to look that cool. Can we make it basic? Yeah, no. We don't want a gradient. We don't want filling. Where are the other options? I just... Leave, please. Fine. We can do it the hard way. I just didn't like the append option for this. So, I mean, what we could do is, since we're using Bridge over here, I could just download their graffiti options they already have and then place those in. Where's that at? Here we go. We have graffiti options. I just didn't really want to, you know? Because in order for me to do this, it downloads to the wrong software. Export. It exports to here. And then What's that even called? Graffiti tag. I can go in now to this thing. Now, luckily, I already have this guy. I could say, whoa. There we go. File, append. And I have to save, maybe? Did I forget to save? No, it's there. File, append. Where's the graffiti option? Refresh. ABCDFG. Where's the graffiti option? I want my graffiti option, please. There it is. Graffiti tag. So now that maybe it just had to be applied to a material first. Oh, that's such a process. Come on, dude. Where is it? Desktop. Untitled. Materials. There it is. Why was it not popping up before? Was it and I just didn't see it? And then we change this here to the graffiti tag option. And that kind of puts that there. Let's see. That works. So now we have ourselves a tag on the wall. And that's cool. What I can do past that is now that I got this guy, I can actually just duplicate him a bunch of times and we can just import all of our stuff all at the same time. So let's do this. Let's do download. I really wish I had my tablet hooked up because then I could just do it from there. This is going to be a real bummer though, because what I have to do is I have to do all of these individually. Oh no, man. So we'll download all of these first. We'll just do them as one big batch. So it's less heavy than shrink wrap. Just use face snap. Okay, I can do that. Let's do that because otherwise I'm gonna have a bunch of these in the scene. Let's see. Oh, you're just saying face snap as in like I'm gonna move this onto the wall. True, but also think about it this way. If we use a shrink wrap, this is how easy it is to do. Like, it's heavy initially, right? Because you have to apply it to the wall. We just pop it off by like 0.01 or something crazy. Why is it so much off the wall? But yeah, you just do that and then we just apply it. Like, it doesn't need to, you don't need to have it always. I will say though, because of the orientation of everything, it's kind of annoying. But that's fine. Yeah, because we could just use shrink wrap every time we want to duplicate it, and then we just apply it afterwards. It's not going to be heavy because we're not going to have like 50 of them that we're doing. Okay, great. So we have graffitis. Let's select each one individually, and we have to apply it. Oh my god. So, okay. I don't know how we're going to keep track of this. And I don't even know if this is going to work. We'll do blue. Red. Is it going to keep this in order? I don't know. Green again. Save. And fun enough. Let's just grab this guy, duplicate him. We'll move him here. And now let's do file, append. It's not there. No. So what do so dumb, dude. Hey, last week I watched Anatomy of a Fall and it was a good recommendation. Also my first French movie. Oh, okay. Yes, I love that movie, dude. Such a good movie. Such a good movie. I am curious if it's gonna go up or not. Like it's up for Best Picture right now. It's one of my favorite films on that list of movies that they have. I mean, I really like Oppenheimer as well, but certainly Anatomy of a Fall was my favorite. There are other ones that I'm not quite sure why they're even on the list, personally. Dirty Graffiti, Dirty Chinese, Dirty Cigarettes, Graffiti. I only have this one graffiti tag. What? And why is the rest not popping up? Like... Do I have to just... What is going on here? So I have to select individual ones each time or something? This... Whatever. Okay, fine. You know, I don't know if this is what they want, but... I don't understand why it's not popping up. The rotation you can also align, drop down, and also... Yeah, I can do that. Yeah. And then that way it does line up with everything. It definitely would make my life simpler. Let's select this one and the other last one. It's like, do I have to have all of these in here? Hit the save button, then go over to this guy, I'm going to save him as well, file, append, now they all pop up. Wow, dude. FICV is this one, so we'll do option number 2 right now, and option number 2 is one of these. Oh, there we go. I think I actually have. Yeah, there we go. And obviously, we're not going to have all of them right here. I'm just kind of importing everything right now. So file, append. Well, I wish it would tell me which ones it's appended already. Wait a second. I could do that. Did that work? It did, guys. Let's go. Laziness for the win. I was going to import all of those individually. Yes, I was. And that would have been boring as hell to watch. It's like one of the first streams I did the Golden Gate Bridge, and I created pretty much every pole on the Golden Gate Bridge manually. Because they're all were different sizes. And it's like, yes, that is not preferable to do. I do like how it has an O in it, so that way I know which ones I've done and which ones I haven't. And obviously some of them are duplicates because I didn't import them all at the same time, but that's okay. Let's put this right around there. I kind of want this wall to be hidden. Can I do that? what am I doing here? Select. And if we do P selection and just hide that, there we go. Guys, we're using our brain here. We're using our brain. Meanwhile, let's actually just go to camera view so that way we can see it from the camera's perspective, and then we can. Wow. Okay, so we're just gonna have a lot of moving things around here. Let's do this. So I'm gonna place these roughly right about there, and then if we add in a shrink wrap. Oh, can't we do this like all at the same time? This might actually be interesting. So if I move this down the wall here, it's like if you like courtroom movies, try 12. Oh yeah, 12 Angry Men, dude. Probably, if you were to ask like, what is a perfect movie? Like a perfect movie, what would that be? 12 Angry Men, like the original, like the black and white one with the dude that he voices Piglet and all that crap. I don't even know what his name is. But if you were to ask me like what is a perfect movie, it would be that one. 12 Angry Men, like the black and white one, is like the best movie ever created. Now they made it like several times, so you got to watch the correct one. But 12 Angry Men like is certainly like the best film ever created. Like if you like the perfect movie. Oh wow, I just put the only duplicate or one of the only duplicate ones right next to it. The other duplicate. Unless you're talking about a different 12 Angry Men. I've only seen the one. So I couldn't tell you if the other ones were good or not. I just know that the one that I had seen was like it's one of my favorite movies. It's on the top of my list of favorite movies for sure. Okay, so that's cool. Let's take the red one. That's this guy over here. Let's duplicate him and then move him over here. And then let's select all the graffiti options. I think if we do that like this, it'll be the easiest. Whoa. I still selected the wrong thing. If you select all the graffiti options, I believe... Can't you do the alt-click thing? I don't know if that'll work. Let's just see. Is it alt-click? Yeah, let's try it. Alt-click 0.001 on the wall. And that doesn't work, but I do know that you can do object, and then you can say apply. Can't you apply modifiers? Or you can do... There's an option on this menu to copy everything from one to the other. It's not library relations, parent, constraints track, control I to the copy the mods. Yeah, but like, can't you do it where it's like I select all of them and then paste it on the subsequent ones? I'm going to run to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. But I think there's a way where it's like if you have the yellow selected and the other ones are orange, I could say apply modifiers to everything else. I believe there is a way to do that. Okay. Let's see. So I think there is a way to do this, but you have to do like I've done it before, so I know it's possible. And you can copy everything. Like transfer data, copy modifiers. I think this is it. Yeah. Here's what's interesting. It did it, but you have to move. No, you don't. That one was just glitched out because I think it was already intersected on the wall. Okay, so that works. That's exactly what we want. It just feels like there's still not quite enough graffiti on the wall. I do think this might actually be quite nice. Moldy concrete wall. I already have. Let's download this moldy concrete wall here. I'm using mossy. Yeah, I'm using this one. Let's copy this moldy concrete wall. Just go ahead and download that. And do a bit of a trick. Let's go ahead and export this into Blender. Moldy concrete wall. And then if we go into here, let's find moldy concrete wall. They misspelled moldy, didn't they? That's not how you spell mold. Is it? I didn't think that's how you spell mold. Do file, append, and then we got moldy concrete right here. Append. And what we can do is we can actually put this as a separate material, although I'm not going to have it as a separate material, but let's just take everything from in here. We'll copy it and then go to our mossy cast that we are currently using. And then let's, well, firstly, let's paste this before we do anything else. This will be like our secondary material, and we'll use the same vectors as we already have. So just plug all of that into our vector mapping that we have. And then let's go into here and let's do a Musgrave. We like Musgraves. Let's do something like that. I'm going to use a color ramp. I don't want this very contrasty, so just change it from linear to constant. And then we can change the contrast amount here. Something like that should do. And now if we do a mix shader, we can run this into our FAC. And then now I'll plug this into the bottom one and then this guy into the top one here. If we go view that now. It should work pretty nicely. Because like if we view just this, that's our moldy material. And then this is our... I mean, it's still moldy, but, you know. Let's swap these. Something like that. Yeah, that works better. It's not I, it's L for copy from active. So control... Wait, what? It's L. So it's like control... What did you end up saying it was? Control I, copy mode. But control L is selecting... No, that's an edit mode. So yeah, maybe that does work. going to change this option from constant to linear, actually, just to give ourselves a little bit more of a fade off. Yeah, it should work fine. So if we go look at that, I'll just make everything a little bit more moldy and disgusting. That's cool. Save. And let's go back to see if we'll get some like more 3D models that can break up the scene a little bit more. Oh, I like these guys. A cement curb. We don't have any curbs. We don't need curbs though either. I do like, oh man, I don't know if this is going to actually download and import. We could try it. Let's export this option to Blender. If it's like a, there's like different types of asset files that are not importing into Blender. Or it's going somewhere, but it's not going into Blender, that's for sure. Oh, you know what? Maybe we should have some weeds or something like that growing on the side. I didn't think about that at all. Whoa, that's actually cool. I love that. Wall rust leak? Yes. Let's download both these. Can we download both of them at the same time? Oh, why didn't I do this before? You can download two things at the same time, guys. That is taking a second to download, that's for sure. Okay, export that. Exporting. I will say it is slightly annoying that you have to do what you have to do here. So it's like you add a cube. Wall rust. Duplicate. Wall rust. It's like I have to then save that. Oops. Go to Blender. This is pretty cool though. So we can just duplicate this guy. What add-on is this? It is Quixel Bridge. Quixel Bridge, which is owned by Epic. It works perfectly with Unreal Engine. However, I am using it in Blender, and you can install it for Blender. If you watch earlier in the live stream, I do that actually live. So you can just find all of these textures, materials. It is slightly buggy. I'm using Blender 4.0 and it is not importing into Blender 4.0. Instead, it's importing into Blender 3.0.0. And to clarify, I have all of these versions of Blender and it is only importing into this version of Blender and not the other ones. However, MTO said earlier that it imports into 3.6 as well as 4.0 for them, but it's not working for me. So I don't exactly know why, and it's fine. You know, I'm not crying. You are. Okay, so we got wall rust is what we're looking for here. Import that wall rust. Oh, I should have done both at the same time. Damn. And that wall rust. I do. Okay, let's go to this camera view here. Just scale that down on the x-axis. I don't want that coming from there. I kind of want it coming from this vent over here. So take that there, scale that up. Perfect. So we're kind of creating like this. That's pretty cool. Layered effect essentially on top of everything. And have that on the side here, coming from the side of that. We're just going to duplicate that over here, and we're just going to select the other wall material that we have. I don't actually know if this is going to glitch in render view, so maybe we should swap to render view just to see what it's going to look like. Like, it's glitching right now, but it may not be. Yeah, it casts shadows, which is kind of strange. Shouldn't. So for visibility, we got shadow catcher. Ray visibility, shadows. Object visibility, 2 shadow rays. I think there's an option to say don't cast shadows. Yeah, viewport display, shadow. Object cast shadow in 3D viewport. I don't think that's it. There should be a way to say don't shoot shadows or don't have a shadow. I know they changed it. It's under settings, transparent shadows. There's got to be a way to say, well, maybe it is under object settings, and then now it's under shading. Receive shadow caustics. Shadow catcher. It's not shadow catcher. I mean, we can also fix this by just literally incrementing this by like 0.011, you know? And then that way they're not sitting directly on top of each other. So that's not a problem now. Let's do Alt-H. Kind of darkens everything up again. And then that wall is going to be very dark. So we're kind of losing that detail that we added in there. But we can go into our wall rust and change a lot of this inside of our settings over here. So let's make, first of all, the roughness like all the way down for both wall rust things that we want to have. I believe I should just be able to select it, right? There it is. And roughness all the way down. Then we might want to throw a light more on that side of the alleyway. That way it's not so dark. Because I already know that like once we're out of Blender here and we go into Nuke, that everything is going to be so dang dark. We're going to have to brighten everything up. And it's just going to be a bit of a headache. So let's go ahead and add in some lights. Let's add in... Let's do, actually no, not an area light. Let's add in a spotlight. I'm just going to throw that over here. I'm actually not going to have it affect the transmission. Or not transmission, but the volume scatter. So let's actually disable that. And then let's make this light quite a bit brighter. So we're going to make this like a 300. And that is casting shadows. It's all because these are not embedded into the wall. What? It's like glitching out on me here. Kind of give a little bit of backlight to our AC vent type thing. I am thinking maybe we go more subtle and make it like an area light, and then we just make this like 30 brightness or something like that. Man, these shadows are going to really bother me. I'm going to select all of them. Let's kind of go through here and remove the offset. Because if it's not a problem, it's not a problem. So let's just... That's cool. I like that. And let's fix some of these other ones over here. I think the offset can be 0. It's hard to tell because sometimes plane clipping happens. This isn't an animated shot, so I'm not really concerned about whether or not, you know, we have any clipping planes. Although these did just pop up here, didn't they? Should go take a look at those. Right? What is that light up there? Immaterial shadow, none. Oh, interesting. Okay. These are like popping. I don't know why the light is freaking out on them up there. And what is this? Oh, is it this guy right here? Okay, so let's try that what you just said. In material, settings, surface, volume, scatter, light pump, viewport display, transparent shadow. But that's all I see as an option. It says transparent shadow, sheen, specularity, material properties, settings. I'm looking at settings. Auto, fastback, none, transparent, line art, viewport display. I mean, I got like viewport display options. Shadow mode, opaque. How about shadow mode, none? Is that the answer? Is the answer to say none? Blend mode, hash, yeah, that's fine. It's like the blue one up here. If I go down here, set shadow to none. Shadow to none. Below blend option. Yeah, so I got that. So that's the shadow mode. And then that's set to none. Okay. Yeah, I guess that works. The other thing is the light on the inside of this that we're using. I really don't like how damn bright that is. Well, how it's casting light onto the transmission there. So I'm just going to go to the settings here and say visibility and then volume scatter. I'm going to disable the volume scatter option. That's cool. And yeah. And then I'm going to select this area light right here. And then I'm going to disable the volume scatter on this. Perfect. Actually, I'm curious because the issue wasn't what I thought it was. So if I go back into these settings here and I turn on volume scatter. Yeah, I actually am fine with that because it's adding a little bit of glow there and there. I'm fine with that. Let's go ahead and just keep that in there and keep this area light that we were using to cast some light onto the ground here off. That's pretty cool. I mean, we have a long way to go, guys. Like, there's no way we're using as many things as we have in here. You said there's a cable plugin? Or watch me. There's a cable plugin? Sure. But have you ever tried a Bezier curve? Bezier curves get the job done, right? Check that out. Look how easy that was. No plugin required. Just a single Bezier curve. And then all you have to do is then go into your geometry settings and then go to your, is it depth? And then increase that to like 1. Oh, definitely not 1, but like 0.01 or 0.001. Who needs plugins when you got Bezier curves? 0.05. That's cool. And then all we got to do is then take that, duplicate it, I mean, there's probably an easier way, but like, then I gotta go download a plugin. I gotta grab it, install it. This just works. Let's take this whole thing here. I'm just gonna rotate everything all the way to the other side, and then we're gonna take all of that and just like move it up, and then move that down actually as well. And over here, we'll just grab that, move it up. There we go. We got all our wires, guys. That was easy. Yes, I'm sure there's easier ways to do this. But who needs easier when you've got Bezier curves? Okay, so the scaling on our concrete, I feel like, is really off. We can fix that, of course, so we will. Let's just drag that into here. The current setting is set to 2, so we'll just go ahead and drop that in, hit the save button. And I'm gonna go to material preview. It's a lot easier to make changes in like material preview. We spent so much time on that like fire escape, and all it is just a silhouette in the background. That's unfortunate. That's the way a lot of this is, man. I knew you would use curves. Well, okay. I mean, I have seen the plugin you're talking about because I go around Blender Market all the time. Actually, I thought it cost money. Isn't it like $5? I don't know. But like, my thought is this. It's like, I don't know. Okay, yes, I could have gotten it. All right, fine. Yes, fair. And it's probably better. And it looks cooler and it's got physics and all that crap. But like, is it really like necessary? Maybe. I don't know. It could have made it faster, or maybe even look nicer. In my opinion, though, nothing beats a Bezier curve. I will say that's the one thing that really annoys me still about that one render of the house that we did. Where is that at? Let's go here. Under showcase. Oh, not that one. This one. This still drives me crazy. I mean, it still drives me crazy. The Bezier curve still has a curve in it. Right there. And I can't tell if that's because it actually has a curve in the render or because I added lens distortion to the whole shot. So there is a distortion to it. But this drives me crazy about this render. This feels floaty to the left rather than like straight down because of the weight of the tire. And that is something that... Oh, well. Whoops. One day I'll go back and fix it. All right, so I think that's good for the scale of the ground there. You know what we could do? Huh. That's the sound. Oh, all these Bezier curves. Oh, whoops. These are not supposed to be effects materials. I have been so bad with my collection organization today. This is atrocious. Yikes. I'm just going to throw this all under there. Who gives a crap? Wait, does that matter? I'm kind of concerned. Whatever. Let's not clean things up. I screwed this up by not being organized in the beginning. I'm actually interested in doing a test here because I need to throw a lot of trash on the ground here. So let's do something here. I'm gonna create a new collection that we will call trash, and I'm going to take this guy. Can we see what we're grabbing? Yeah, that's good. And I kind of want to take this. Let's do it this way. Let's duplicate it. Okay. And then let's take this guy and then drop it into the trash collection. Then let's take this guy and we're going to duplicate it again. And let's find it. We're going to grab it, drop it into the trash collection. And you guys probably know where I'm going with this, don't you? Let's take this guy, duplicate it, go to top view, grab it, put it over here, find it, and put it in our trash collection. Oh, it's right here. Wow. Why was I like trying to go down? That's crazy. But now that we have like these multiple different things inside of the trash collection, if we select our ground piece here, we can go to our particle system, hit new, and we're going to select hair. And then for our hair shape, or under the render options, change your path to collection. And then we're going to select trash as our collection. We're going to change the scaling of our objects here. Booyah. And then let's see. Do the whole collection. That's a lot of trash, dude. And then let's see. Got like object rotation. I don't understand why everything is just like flying in the air. But here's what we do now. We go to our modifiers. We apply it. Oh wait, can you not? 1 second. Then you go to object and then I think you say convert. Can't you convert this? I'm pretty sure there's a way to convert this to a mesh. How do you do that? I've done it before. There is a way to take your particle systems and convert it. I think it's right here. Convert to curves. I don't want to convert it to a curve. That is a lot of curves, dude. And then object convert to mesh. And then I'm trying to convert this into 3D objects, guys, and it's not working. I know. Let's see. Here's what I'm thinking. We take that as the hair particle systems. We then make this dynamic. It's going to stick everything up. We change the hair length to be like 0.01. Change our scale to be much larger. Now everything's sitting on the ground for sure. But it might be super flat, which is problematic. We also have to do the whole collection. Yeah, there we go. And then the question is it sticking down because it thinks that's the ground? In which case, just check hair dynamics. That's so crazy and not correct. Well, we could do it this way. We could also do it as an emitter. I just didn't want to do it as an emitter. I'm trying to see. Maybe we can't be fancy. I want it to be fancy, but maybe not. Maybe we could just manually do this. So if we just select this guy all the way to the ground there, go to top view, and then we just duplicate him. Let's go to camera view here. Who needs particle systems when you can do things manually? We'll say it's getting a bit repetitive, so that's when you go in here and you start to delete some things. I think that's good. Okay, let's go to render view. A lot of that's going to be pretty dark anyways, so we're not going to really see it, but it adds a little bit of like stuff to the ground. We'll say I really hate this texture on the ground. I am not a fan. I'm actually very much not a fan. Let's find something to replace it. Could also do is we could paint, which I think we're gonna have to anyways. Yeah, let's do that. So let's find overall, this is our texture here that we have for the ground. I'm gonna add in an ambient occlusion node, and if we go to material preview, just so that way we can see what we're working with here, I'm going to apply this ambient occlusion. And then we'll see immediately what it's going to do. But it's essentially going to calculate where there should be ambient occlusion and where there shouldn't be. Which I have to select it. There we go. And you can change the distance on it too. So that way you're getting further distance or closer distance to your particular objects. And we can add in a color ramp as well. And this will allow us to add more contrast into our scene. So we're going to want to add quite a bit more black into our scene, obviously. Let's change this distance to something like a 1. And honestly, we might be having issues with... Oh, wait. It also might not be doing it because we're in Eevee. And I know that's what material preview is based off of. So let's try this out in cycles, because real-time rendering doesn't quite do this correctly. Yep, there we go. Okay, so as you can see, that was the issue. What it does is it kind of creates like shadows around everything that's going to be casting shadows onto it. And we can use this to our advantage for what we want. And we can change the distance amount to be something a little bit larger or something a little bit smaller. I'm probably going to do something like... See, let's find a happy medium here. I'm going to try to find like a gross, kind of like disgusting, like outline of like everything there. Which we can really use on the edges of the building. And if we go into our concrete settings here, we're going to use this ambient occlusion to kind of create like a bit more grimy disgustingness. So let's go ahead and do that. We'll use a mixed color node, and we're going to be plugging that into the current line that's going directly into your base color. And if we use a curves, RGB curves adjustment, just throw that down here, we could take our base color that we currently have, plug that into the color option here. Wow, that is pretty glitchy. There we go. And if we do that, then we can actually make this quite a bit darker. So we can view the difference between what we currently have and what we want to have, which is kind of like this darker color that's happening. We don't want it to quite clip as much, so let's just go ahead and lift that up a little bit. Not by much. It's a little bit too much there. We can actually even just drag it on the X here to give it a little more crunch. And then from there, we plug this guy into the B option. And now using our ambient occlusion that we currently just outputted all the way up here, we could take the color of that, plug that into the factor of this. And then now if we go view this everywhere that we have shadows, which will be on the A channel, will be darker, and then everything that doesn't have shadows will be brighter. And so that will give us kind of like this, which kind of breaks up the ground even more. And then now if we go view our principled BSDF, it's going to kind of follow that throughout the entire scene, and then just kind of makes the entire thing a little bit crunchier, a little more disgusting. But still, this is pretty smooth, and we don't really want that smooth of materials. So let's go ahead and do this. We're going to add in a image texture, and we're going to go find another image from our texture pack that I will be releasing next week. So make sure you guys are subscribed so that way you guys get that. And it's surface imperfections. I'm going to use probably, let's see, this is really good. We'll use 20 on this one. So hit open, go to pictures. I've got my surface imperfections. We'll find 20. And now we're going to use this to kind of add even more grime into the rest of this. So we're using kind of like this color ramp right now to add that in there, but it's super smooth. And we can actually add in a little bit more texturing to it by applying this on top of everything. So let's actually use like a vector math coordinating option here. Ooh, whoops. That's going pretty high up. And then, actually, I don't want to do it this way. Let's take our values that we currently have here. We're going to use another mix color option. And then we're going to apply this into here. And then this guy right here goes into the factor of this. And so now if we go view this, just make this black. And we kind of want to have to be careful with this. So let's drop this down to here. And then let's make this black. Kind of want to view this real quick. So this needs to be white. And then when you apply this, that means it's white. Yep, that's correct. The only thing we're going to want to do now is if we apply a, let's get a value and then drop this into our scale here. And we can increase this value by a larger number. Smaller number. It's backwards on this part. And then that will kind of create more of a texture to it than what we had before, which is just very flat. So I think 0.3 actually is going to work for us right there. And then now if we go view our principled BSDF, it's going to have kind of that grimy texture come through on our whole thing. Oh, whoops. It's not currently because we actually haven't applied it yet. So now we take this mixed node that we have right here, and then we take this as our option all the way over into our factor rather than what the color ramp was. And then that's going to give more of the effect that we want right there. I will say this, we don't want it to be fully black, and we can adjust that right here to something a little bit more gray. Well, like a nice happy medium. Well, actually, one second. So you have this color ramp right here. This is making this under here black. I think I need to... So this is going into the B option. Yeah, I get the... Okay. Okay. If we change this gray value right here, then plug this into the factor, let's see what they... I can't always forget which... Yeah, so this needs to be black. This needs to be gray. Yeah, there we go. Okay, and then this gets plugged into the A input here. Yes. Okay, so now we're making it so that it's white here and then it's gray there. And there, actually, we could have done it this way, which is a little more complicated. Or we could have gone in and actually added a color ramp after this 20 here. And then that would have done the same exact effect for us. But I'm going to want this gray value here to not be completely bad. It's kind of dark gray. I kind of want to have this a little bit brighter here. Yeah, that's better. And then that way it's not going completely to a grime material. It's kind of like a half in between. So if we kind of like lift that up a little bit more, there we go. And then we'll plug that into our principled BSDF. And then that's going to kind of give us that effect on the ground that we want. I'm going to say we probably don't want it to be quite so dark. So let's see. There's... This might be making this a little more complicated than it needs to be. So let's clean this up a little bit. So I'm going to do it this method where we add in a color ramp after the 20. If we go view this here, this black value that we have, we can lift this up to be something that's a little bit more gray. And then this gets plugged directly into our B input here. And then our A input that we have, why is that coming from this mix node? What is this? Oh, no. That's coming out from the other side. Right. Okay, so then right here, that's all the black values. And then we have kind of like this slimy material in the middle. And let's see, 0.2 maybe? 0.2 might be too large. Let's try 0.5. Let's try 0.2. I kind of like that because of the swirling around this object right here. That works really well for us. And again, these materials will be available next week. After I'm going to release a tutorial next week on how to use these different surface imperfections. But now, when we look at this, this works really well because everything feels very more natural, and it has more of a realistic kind of effect onto the ground rather than it feeling very flat and repetitive. So that's good there. I only have one sign, and we probably should add some more signs that are down the street, unless this is the only building with a sign in it, or the only thing in this alleyway, which is kind of interesting also. But I will say this is really dark, and we're going to want to brighten everything up a little bit more. Interestingly, because it's just, wow. Let's select this light here. And it needs to be brighter. This is quite dark. Or why is it so dark? And is this using transmission on the volume scatter? It is. Oh, camera's disabled. What does that mean? Is it always disabled? I can't remember. Let's go. No, it is always disabled. Okay. Okay. That's pretty cool. It's the doorway's really not reading too well for me right now. So let's select this right here and then just make it a little larger, because I want to see more into that room than what I'm currently seeing. Okay, great. And then in comp, we'll add in a little bit of a kind of like light that's coming out of it. I think that'll be really nice. And that reads better with the cat now. I think that's really nice. Okay, this is very dark, and it's very negative on the whole scene, so we're probably going to add some light into the rest of this just to make it feel less kind of oppressive. It's kind of what I'm thinking here. Go look at this. Let's go to Blender Quixel Bridge here, and let's just close this, and then we'll call this, let's search for like a light of some kind. Why is this so laggy now? Did I do too many? I don't know why it's so laggy. Shouldn't be. Shouldn't be so laggy, man. And then we'll just, I kind of want to find some lights that I'm going to put on the wall. Oh. Yeah, this is the kind of stuff that I want here. That's awesome. I love that. I almost wish that it actually lit up too. Might make it light up. That's pretty awesome. Yeah, let's go ahead and export this, and we can drop that in. Maybe that's over here? Yeah, let's put it on this side here, and then that way I can have like a red light go kind of up the wall a little bit. So that's exported into this guy. So let's go and delete all this. Select our asset that we have. And then we'll paste it into our scene. It's interesting because you can even tell that it's a photo scan based off the topology that it's on. That's on the... Okay, right there, maybe a little higher. That's good. And right now it's in dark shadow, but we can, once it's lighting up, I think that'll look really cool. Okay, so there we go. And then let's see, what kind of materials do we currently have on it? It's just all just a rusty material. Interesting. Let's add a new material in here called... Oh, wait a second. We could probably do this in here, right? That's the albedo. The roughness. No, that's not going to give me anything. The normals. Yeah, I kind of have to have a new material, and then we have to select if we can. I don't... Yeah, no, it's not going to let me do that easily. Select just the light here. And it's almost interesting that, like, it might not even need to have like a perfect selection of this face because it could feel corroded on the edges of it. As long as we get the majority of it, right? Let's deselect these guys right here. And that feels okay to me. As long as this is selected, because that'll look a little glitchy. So we'll assign that there. And we can change this to a glass BSDF. And I kind of want to take the rusty material here that we have. If we take the roughness of it and we paste that into our glass, probably just use that here. I kind of want to have that in here. Okay, it's really blown out, but let's add in a color ramp. and make this way contrastier. Something like that will do. And then if we plug this directly into our glass roughness, we go view that. Nothing will appear right now, but that's because it's just so dark. So if we say Shift S, cursor to selected, and then we put the light, like a light inside of it, which we could do like right there. And let's go ahead and change this light to be red. There we go. And that's going to look more realistic. I'll just make that like pretty dang bright. Um, 100's fine. Let's go ahead and duplicate it and move this down. So that way it's got like 2 bulbs on the inside of it. And you're going to see that come through now. That's pretty cool. Okay, so now if we go ahead and select this light that we created now. Whoa, a little glitchy. Let's go ahead and select the light bulbs with inside of it. First or second, I don't care. Go to top view right now. Let's duplicate that, move that over here, maybe just over that. What kind of camera is required to photo scan? Nowadays, you can photo scan just using your cell phone. And you can use an app called Polycam. It's a free app. There's other photo scanning apps as well, but you can just use Polycam and it works pretty great. It's just it's not super accurate, and there's like little tips and tricks to make it better. But you know, as long as you're taking a bunch of photos around, you can even do videos and stuff like that as well. And it works really well. I'm going to select the light that's all the way down here, and let's go ahead and select the internal of that. Let's make this a green, like it's like red, green. It's quite interesting because it actually reflects off the water right there. I don't know if I dislike that or I like it yet. We'll figure that out. I'm going to be honest, this whole section here is still a little dark. So let's add in a new light, add an area light. I kind of want it reflecting off of this trash can. And we want it to have that same purple light that theoretically is going to be illuminating this whole part of the alleyway. And let's go to the object here and then turn off volume scattering. So that way it's only going to be affecting this guy. Let's rotate that down a little bit. That's pretty nice. I like that. It's funny because we do have quite a bit of stuff in this alleyway, but it is still very much lacking the amount of stuff in the reference photo. Because the reference photo has an insane amount of things. It's crazy. I do think, okay, this I'm not a fan of. You know what? Let's add some grime to it first before I complain. Let's do that. So here's what we'll do. We'll add in a bevel node. We'll add in a vector math node. Let's plug this into the radius. And then let's add in, let's see. So we'll add in the bevel node. Let's see, we'll add in like this grime as our texture here. And then let's change this add to a dot product. Let's see, we'll plug this guy into the top here. And then let's add in a geometry node. And then take the normals from this guy and then plug that into the dot product. Let's go view this real quick. Yeah, that works. And you can kind of see like what it's doing right there is it's adding kind of some grime to like the corners and the edges. If we add in a color ramp, I imagine we could probably control the amount that we're getting. Oh, whoops, sorry. This has to go after the vector. What am I doing? Normal gets plugged into here. And then we plug in the color ramp over here. And this is gonna give us some more grime around the edges. I think it works pretty nice. I'm gonna take this, oops, and let's just invert it. Yeah. And then let's see, we got our main texture here. Let's add in another principled BSDF now. And we'll just make it kind of brown and disgusting. So go to roughness, remove that. And let's do a mix shader. And it's going to be plugged into here. And then this guy can be plugged into the bottom. And this guy can be plugged into the top. And let's go view that. Yeah. So now we're going to get a little more dirt and grime just on like that. That works pretty nice. Of course, we can adjust the roughness and all that stuff to get the exact look that we're going for. Let's see. I do kind of want this. Do we want it to feel less night or more daytime? So if we want it to feel more daytime, then we certainly have to drop in some kind of area light over here. Let's do it this way. Scale this guy up. And then we have to increase the brightness of this by a lot. Maybe that's a lot too much. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. that definitely is a lot better. So that's going to kind of like increase the lighting of everything now. It just felt so dark before, and I know it's going to be dark after the render happens. So that's, I don't want to get caught with it being too dark. I want to have all of that beautiful data that we're throwing in there. Like last week, we had lost quite a bit on the render because I had made everything in Blender just too dark. Let's grab this. I'm going to just make it all the way to the edge here. Oh, that was an accidental mistake. That looks kind of cool. Lifting that up there kind of like adds a little bit of atmosphere to the top. Oh, you know me and I love my atmosphere. That's pretty sweet, actually. I like that. That definitely feels better because now it feels like light's definitely coming down from the top up there, which we really want for sure. Let's see. My only concern is that the trash on the ground is like pretty dang repetitive. I don't want it to feel repetitive. So, this water also just doesn't quite look right. I'm wondering if with the ambient occlusion on... Yeah, let's look at that. So we're going to do the same thing we did with the ground, but this time with like the water area. I want the edges of the water to have a different feel to them because they're supposed to feel a little more displaced, a little more rippled. So let's go ahead and add in a color ramp to this ambient occlusion that we have here, and then just add quite a bit of shading to it. Okay, and then let's see, one more thing. This guy right here is the ground. Let's add in a subdivide surface on him. Yes, that way we're not getting that sharp edge on the ground before the water hits it. Save that. I used to have bubbles because I did it on a stream in October, but I since deleted my downloads folder, so I don't have the bubbles anymore to drop in. What are you guys thinking? How does that look? You think we could add some more stuff, or we good there? Really liking it. Let's turn denoise on. Let's see if we can denoise our viewport. This is also getting to be a decently long stream, so probably going to look to start finishing this up here. Let's not denoise this, I guess. Yikes. Drink more water, guys. Also, don't crash your computer. Hit the save button. Make wise choices in life. Okay. Let's see. Yep. Don't crash your Blender. It's not a good idea. Online graffiti options. Okay, here we go. It looks good. Also, already a lot of stuff. Hello, welcome. Oh, I'm sorry, I can't probably say your name. Oh, Kaido. Thank you so much. It's certainly a work in progress, and thank you, Vin. It's definitely, I think, pretty close to what I'm wanting the final render to look like before we go to comp. I'm adding that little caveat into there. My only concern is that this area is still a little too dark. I'm gonna add one more light on the cat, just one more rim light. That's just gonna. Let's do it this way. Nope, that's definitely not realistic. Let's just... want the outline of the cat to definitely be readable, because that is the main part of this whole image. So we don't want to lose the cat. I think he might be too in the light right now. Is that what we're thinking? Oh, you know what I really want to do? I just thought of while we're thinking about that. Let's take this light here. Go to wireframe. Select the LED on the inside of it and the LED on the inside of this one. And let's do this. So this is going to top view. Let's duplicate this, rotate this 180 degrees. Is that individual origins and medium parts? Yeah, we're fine. And then we'll take this light bulb that's floating here. Let's go to top view, solid, and put this over this doorway as if like, is this business open type of thing. Let's go view that. I'm sorry. I'm all over the place here. So it'll go like right here. Go back to top view here. Hello, and don't worry for the pronunciation of my last name. Oh, it's all good. So thank you. Anyways, sorry. No, thank you so much. But yeah, names are hard. And also, when you only got like the little thing on the screen down there, it's hard to read everything. One day, we'll be living where I can read things easily. But yeah, I was gonna make this so that like this build like this is open. I feel like that's conflicting. I don't like it. Yeah, I feel like it's just too much. Oh, okay. I mean, it might not hurt to have a light on this side of the alleyway, though. So let's just move that all the way down there or something. Yeah, let's keep an a light on in the alleyway. We'll make this one red. I'll come back to it in a second. And then we'll have another one like right here that'll be green. Yeah, and then let's go back to this other light over here. And we'll make this one red to contrast against the green one that's directly across the alleyway. Cool. I like that. And that just adds a little bit of visual interest, I think, to the entire alleyway going downwards. Is interesting how the only lights reflecting on the water happen to be the green ones. That certainly wasn't intended. I do love the outline of these escape thingies. I think it turned out well. I'm gonna select this guy. Oops. Let's go select the entire thing. And let's go to top view again. And we're just gonna duplicate this and we're gonna move this over here. And let's see, we're gonna put it over this shop. It's like barely visible. And I think that'll... A quick reminder to all the new people in the live stream, we post the finished render of this. It's not going to be done probably on this stream, depending on how long this render takes. More than likely, it's going to take a very long time. These things usually do. But if you are interested in seeing the final render, then join our Discord. And that's where you can see the final render. It should be done probably tonight at some point. Usually I post these things at like midnight my time because like the render finally finished. But I don't know that this one will take that long. We don't have that many volumetrics this time, so it might go a little bit faster. I'm not quite sure yet. Okay, and now one thing that is coming blatantly clear because of how close this one is to the camera, we can see that there is no shader on this. So let's go ahead and add in a metal material, like a rusty metal material. I'm gonna, you know what? Hell, let's just do it this way. Rusty. Search for materials. Rusty. Also, we can actually just search here. Why not? We already have it. That maybe, I don't know. Rusty painted metal sheet. It's not a sheet. Kind of like this. Or this. I don't think it really matters, honestly. Just search for rusty. Specifically surfaces. It's concrete. I'm just like trying to find something that's a little more... Let's do this guy. I think this guy will be best for it. So we'll just download it and then we can drop it into our thing. Let's go ahead and export. We have to just add in a cube. Rusty bulkhead. Oh, I don't think it's rusty bulkhead. What is it called? Painted metal sheet. Save. And let's see, let's go to our other blender. Append in a new material from our stupid untitled project that we have to have. Materials. Oh, what's it called again? Rusty. It's a lot better. Okay, and then I'm just going to add another modifier in just to make this a little bit easier. We'll add in a bevel modifier. I just kind of think it'll look nicer. We'll just even make that a little bit larger. And add in a few more segments. Perfect. All right, guys, I think we're pretty close. Pretty close indeed. I'm gonna look at some of these wall rust things. I'm not quite sure on the color personally. It's just they're a little light, and so they're blending in. Whereas I think that they could be much darker and just stand out a little more. A little bit brighter. I think that's clipping it a bit much. Do you make all these sceneries for movies or video games? I do work in the film industry, but these live streams are not for that. These are just for renders that I create to experiment and practice with like new different types of scenes. Just for fun, really, honestly. And so we do these streams once a week, and this is just one of them. This actually was a recommendation from Vin, actually, who's also in the chat, last week or a few weeks ago actually, was to do this kind of like alleyway scene. So I am doing that this week. So I take recommendations on my Discord, and we create like a brand new image. It's not really for any particular project. However, that's not to say that it never would be for a project. So sometimes I might do something that would be for a project, but in this particular instance, it is not for anything. I'm gonna add in a area light right here, and it's not gonna do much, but what I want it to do specifically is just be faced outwards and roughly the same size as this sign thing here. So let's go ahead and do that. And then let's change this to 0, so it's not doing anything right now. But I want this purple color, and then let's make it like a 2 or maybe like a 10. And since there is fog here, it's going to kind of glow a little bit better, or a little bit more. And I kind of do want that glow. It'll add like kind of like this realism to the outside edges of this light. And that's just to add a little bit of extra texture and feel to that. Okay, what are we thinking, guys? What are we thinking? What are we thinking? Any last thoughts before I hit the render button? It's already on volume scatter. I'm definitely going to be adding in some light here from the doorway inside of our comp, so not too concerned about that. I think overall I'm really happy with this. I'm really happy with this. So let's go ahead and run through some of the settings here for our render. I'll just open up this as a properties thing because over here it gets hidden behind my face. So what I like to do is add in several different render presets. Firstly, we're going to render this out at like 50% resolution. We'll just render quickly, so that way I can do it on stream. I'm going to change this to OpenEXR multi-layer for the file format. I currently am using color management, so our color management settings are just following the scene, And our scene color management settings, you can see, are down here, and it's currently set to film light linear, which is a config file. And you can change this to whatever you want, sRGB, whatever your render output settings you want them to be is. Mine's film light linear because that's the config file that I have set up inside of my Nuke comp, and that way I have everything just transferring correctly. You can run an ACES CG pipeline or whatever type of thing you want to do, but I have this because it's on my work computer right now, and this is what we use professionally at our particular studio. So kind of depending on where you're at is what color management settings you're going to want to run, because that's the requirements will change depending on that. Finally, I'll go into my passes settings here, and I'm going to enable objects and materials for cryptomats, and this will allow me to have fine-tune control inside of our Nuke comp. And so, of course, both those will be checked, and that'll give us all of our cryptomat options that we'll need. We don't need any other passes. Because we are doing this, this is going to give us all of the control that we really need. You could input like Z or Mist if you really want. I don't need that because I already know what I got, and I know I'm happy with that. But if you want to check those, go for it, and that'll give you even more control. It just takes a little bit longer to render. And then I'm not going to be setting the output location because we are not doing an animation, so that's fine. And finally, the viewport is currently set to 1024, and then the render is set to 4096. That's a bit of an overkill, so we can down that to 1024, and that's still an overkill, but I think it's going to look a lot better if we do that. We don't have motion blur checked because we're not doing animation, and this just takes longer if you do have it checked. So there's all your settings, and then now all we have to do is hit the render button. I'm going to set this to solid view here, and then we can go ahead and hit the render button. And hopefully this doesn't take too long. I mean, theoretically it could only take like 5 minutes or so, but you know, it also might take like 2 hours. The last render I did took, I think it was 4 hours total for render time. That was not this one. Oh, Discord's broken. Is that what's going on? Why is it so glitchy? I'm just trying to scroll. Jeez. The Mordor shot took forever to render. It took literally 4 hours, and I was like, there's no way I'm ever gonna make this like an actual like thing. Like an animated shot. Yeah, Vin, wasn't the idea of me doing this particular shot that there wouldn't be volumetrics? I seem to remember that being like the discussion that was had inside of the last live stream. Then I added volumetrics anyways. And it's funny because I wanted to add more volumetrics in this particular shot, but I didn't. Alright, so this looks like it's going to take, only a few minutes. That's fine. That's pretty good. I'm going to run to the restroom. I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. And it looks like it rendered. It is low res, so there is that, but these things are always scary when they don't look like what you want them to look like. You know what I'm saying? It looks really nice so far. Thank you so much. Let's go ahead and save this, and then we can comp it and try to make it look better, because I'm not happy with it. I'm gonna create a folder right now called output, and then I just stick my renders directly inside of there. So 2024, 02, and then 18, and then we'll call this temp, and then version 1. Go ahead and save that. I'm gonna open up Nuke right now and just load that in there. I don't know. I'm just not. It feels very. Okay, it feels CG in like a bad way, and like I'm fine with it looking CG because I'm not going for a realism look, but it feels CG in a bad way, and that's never preferable. But anyway, so since we rendered out Cryptomats, we can go view this, but we're not going to see anything right away. We have to shuffle this inside of Nuke to be something that we like the combined category. And so if we feed the RGB values into it, we're going to get it. Now, this is another issue that I've noticed with Blender, is the color management is not super great when doing like full CG lighting with the physics-based render engine. Everything tends to come in a little bit darker, so you're just gonna have to lift everything up just a little bit. That's not too bad. So now we got our render in here. I'm going to render out the full res inside of Blender, and we can get that going right now. So instead of 50%, we're gonna lift that all the way up. And since it only took 3 minutes, you know, like, since it only took like 3 minutes, let's make this, why not? 4096. Render that out. Put that over here. Now, inside of our new comp, our compositing software, let's see. Sorry, I was reading your guys' messages. Oh, cool. So you are starting out in Blender. You're a 3D artist. That's fantastic. Welcome, welcome. Okay, here's what we're going to do. So I think this is not bad from a start. But let's go ahead and add in like a lens distortion at the very end, because that's what we're going to want to do. We're going to add in a lens distortion and then change this to redistort. And I'm going to set this to like 0.08. And that's going to just make it feel more realistic to how the camera would actually be reacting to the environment. Next up, what I really like to do is add in a little bit of glow. Not a lot, because otherwise it's going to look super cheesy. But when you first add it, it's going to look like this. But if you change your tolerance level to be a lot higher, you're only going to be glowing kind of like the highlights of your entire image. And this is still way too much glow, so we're going to down that to be like a very small amount. But what you'll notice is that it adds like a little bit of life to everything that did have light in it, and it makes it feel just a little bit more realistic to that. So that's really good there. And the next step we're going to do is we're going to add in a dot. Let's just do that, just so we could break things up a little bit. I'm going to have to stop this render. 31 hours? No way. Oh, is that 16 minutes? I can never tell. We'll keep that going. That's fine. Let's go ahead and add in a little bit of noise. Well, actually, first, before we do that, let's add in a grade node here. And then I'm going to add in a roto node and plug that into the mask of the grade node. It's just a little laggy because it's rendering right now. So I kind of just want to stop this. We're going to stop the render just so I can focus on compositing. Okay, so we're going to add in a grade node, and I'm just going to add in a little bit of a vignette down here. So, and kind of shape it a little bit to something like that. If we set that to pre-multiply on RGBA and then we add in an edge blur, we can blur it by like 300% or 300 pixels. And this is kind of what you're getting as like your output, right? Well, if you go into your grade node now and then you invert it, you can actually grade down on the areas in which are like the vignette. So you can bring those down and we can just composite that to like just have a little bit more edge on it. There we go. And then another thing that we're going to want to do is we're going to add in a constant. And let's go ahead and add in, well, firstly, should have done this first, but it doesn't really matter. Well, we're going to have to redo the vignette that we just did, but we're going to reformat everything to scale by 2x because currently we're going to well, right now we'll render out a 2x version of this, okay? And then inside of here, now you can see that it's set to 1920 by 1920. We can actually now take this and we can change our constant over here to be 1920 by 1920. Which I don't know is a, no, it's not. So we're going to have to create one. So 1920 by 1920, which is cool. Oh, whoops. And then we have to edit it because I forgot to change the actual width and height. So 1920 by 1920. And then we'll save that. That's cool. And let's just make it this color. And then now, if we add in a mask, and then we add in a roto, I'm going to do something like that. If we add in quite a bit of blur, yeah, and I figured we were going to have to redo this roto node, but that's fine. I kind of expected that. Great. Okay. So then now we can reapply that grain. And then now if we take this guy, we have this fancy new kind of light that we added in. And we're going to be comping that directly on top of everything else. So we have... Oh, right. This needs to happen afterwards. What am I doing? So then there's the shuffle and then the merge node. And then we put in the light on top of that. So this is what's going to come in from there. And we can add in a little bit more kind of blur to that. And then honestly, this is such a subtle effect. You don't want it to be too much. You want it to be just a little bit. And we can change the constant now to whatever color we want. So just go ahead and open that up here and then just change that slightly. That might be a little too green, so we'll fix that here momentarily. Do something like this. And then something like that. I don't want it to come out too down because it's supposed to be coming out of the door. That's good. A little more blur there. Yeah, that's nice. And I honestly think we can even just add a little more light to it as it's catching out through the doorway. And so then if we go back to our merge node here, we can make this even less because we really don't want it to be too much. It's just got to be somewhat subtle to the entire effect here. It's just going to be a tiny bit of light that's coming out through the door that we couldn't catch before, but now we're just adding that in as like a little extra detail. You're also learning Nuke, and your videos help me even when I'm facing a problem. Oh, awesome. Thank you so much. Welcome to the chat, by the way, Bridget. Welcome to the stream. Try to create new things every week, and this is like one of those shots where it's like it's going to be a bit of an issue because like this is the starting position, right? And then as you're trying to make it better. So we're gonna add in some grain now. And I'm just going to lessen that right there. But adding in the grain helps with like some of the shadowy areas like this, because it breaks up a lot of the smoothness that you've got going on. And then overall, the way I view it is that there's different stages to your comp, because theoretically then it would go to like color grading, and that's where they would do additional work on top of it. And that's where I might add in like a little bit of a tint or something like that. And that's going to make it look more stylistic and in the direction that you really want it to be. I think if we go the blue route, it's going to feel a little too much like it's nighttime. Whereas if we go more like this reddish kind of route, it'll make it feel a little more daytimey, which might be more what we want. We could add in a little bit of contrast to it as well, or even remove a little bit of it, and that allows us to see some more detail. What I'm thinking is if we do this by adding just a slight bit of contrast, not even that much, it's just a tiny little adjustment. And I already love this flare that we added here. That worked really well. We could have done the same thing with the doorway. That way we wouldn't have to do this in comp. So if theoretically you wanted to do that in the doorway, you could have done that as well. Here's what I'm going to do. We have crypto mats. So I'm going to plug this crypto mat into the reformat node here. I'm going to add a dot in actually after this. Oh, yes. Thank you, Vin. Yes, join our Discord, everyone. If you've got any questions about VFX, there's a lot of very talented people now on that Discord, and it's a thriving community. So it's a great way to meet new people and also ask questions if you've got any questions that you have. The link is in the description below, but let me find that message and I can just copy paste it again. Did that work? Send. Yeah, there we go. There's the Discord link. So if you guys got any questions or you want to share your work, feel free. We have a whole showcase center so you can show off your stuff that you've been working on. And I would love to see all your guys' work that you've been doing. Has been used as much as I'd like it to be. So if you guys do have anything you'd like to share, feel free to share it. Love to see it. So I'm going to add in a grade node here and then use this crypto mat that we just generated. And then that way we can actually have a little bit of a lift to it. Not too much. Again, we're just trying to create a little bit of difference between him and the dark areas around him. So I don't want to do too much, but we do want to make it so that he's not completely silhouetted. So that's my goal right now. You create your own scenes in Blender too. That's awesome. Share them. Share them in the Discord. Love to see it. Okay. I'm going to adjust kind of like our roto here. Come up a little bit more. And then for our vignette. And then finally this guy. Let's I am thinking this top bit here needs to have a little more of a feather to it. So let's go ahead and do that like that. I'm trying to achieve realism in Blender. Yes, that's always the challenge. But also I personally, because I do realistic VFX all the time, I actually prefer to do these kinds of things that are just a little more stylistic. And that's why I tend to do these more on the stream, is because I find they're really fun to do, and you know, a lot less stressful. Because every day I work on visual effects professionally, so that's the reason why I kind of do things like this, where you know, I can spend a little more time doing something a little more artistic, a little more, not that it's not artistic to do realistic looking stuff, it's just what I do all the time. So let's see. Can you look into my works? I recently uploaded some on ArtStation. Yeah, share it on the Discord. Do RGBA on this, and then we can blur out the roto a little bit. And if we close these other comps real quick, let's go ahead and just darken this area. I don't want it to, it's just drawing my attention a little bit, and I want my attention not to be drawn. Because now if we go back to this, I didn't even show you what I was talking about. Kind of just grading down that section, because it just feels too noisy and repetitive. And if you do that, it really darkens it and makes it so that your eyes aren't really looking right at that, which is good. Yeah, okay, I think that works. I'm going to blur this a little bit more outwards into this direction here. And that's pretty nice. You know, I do want it to feel heavier green, so let's look at some of these different presets that they have here. Kind of like that. You can really see the grain inside of the light up here. It's pretty sweet. Okay. Oh, I should have been saving. By the way, good file naming structure is using date format, and so if you don't do this, then you should. Just name it the year, month, day. So 2024-02-18. Really easy way for you to be able to see new updates and when you worked on stuff. So I always do that, and then a version number. Now I could call it, you know, shot number, date, version number, and then that's a really good way of naming stuff, so that way you're kind of keeping track of everything as you're working on it. But just a little recommendation: have good file naming structures. Overall, I'm not hating it. Overall, it's not terrible. Let's see. Let's where's that at? It's this guy. I'm going to change the white point on this. Yeah, okay, I think that works really nicely, because what I'm doing is I'm just making him feel more friendly and less distant, because friendly colors, happy colors, things that make you happy, and because he's the main character of our story. Okay, I'm liking that. Let me do this. Oh, and another thing to kind of remember, by the way, Bridget, make sure to subscribe. We do these live streams once a week. I will not be streaming next week. That's the only week that we won't be streaming. But we do these streams once a week. We create brand new images every single week. And if you have any recommendations, then either you or Okaisido, if you guys have any suggestions, put those in the Discord. Love to have suggestions on new stuff to do. We did a medieval themed one that was a recommendation, and there was the Lord of the Rings Mordor one that was also a recommendation, and then there's this one, which is as well a recommendation. So I try to do recommendations as much as possible, because then I don't have to come up with any ideas on what to do. So this is currently what I have for our image here. Just kind of offset everything to be a little bit brighter. I don't want there to be really pure blacks. And then I'll add grain on top of everything after that versus what it was before. Okay, great. And now I'm going to drop in, let's see, sign into my Action VFX account, and I'm going to add in some particles, I think. Which, by the way, fun fact, I don't know if you guys use Action VFX or not, but if you don't, you should. I don't know what the hell you guys are doing already. But we have, if you go to the homepage of Action VFX's website right now, that's the VFX shot I did, the helicopter shot. So if you want to see something I've done, that's one of them. It's pretty cool. It's still on their front page, which is awesome. So if you just go to their website, then you can see it. By the way, whenever I just get free, I just open Blender and start playing with it. Yes, that's the way to do it, man. It's the way to do it. All right, I got these dust particles that I'm going to download here. Let's just drop them in. And if you guys are going to buy anything from Action VFX, a little hint, I have an affiliate link in the description below. So if you're going to buy anything already, then just hit my affiliate link. It costs you no extra money, and I get a little kickback from it. So if you guys do buy anything, then that would be super awesome of you guys to do. Of course, you don't have to. It's just, why not, you know? I'm going to add in some dust here. So what I did was I downloaded this Action VFX material that I have here, and then I'm going to scale this up to work in our scene. We just position it. Place that there. Fantastic. It's beautiful, right? No. So go to your merge node now. We can change this to something like screen, and that's going to add these little particles into our system. One thing I do want to do is if we add a grade node in here, firstly, we kind of want all of this to have like a very specific light tint to it, specific color tint to it. So we're just going to tint that to be something like so. But this also looks like crap, right? And that would be true if you were to say that. So with that being said, I'm going to add another merge node in here. Change the transparency of this to be pretty dang low. Something like that should do. And then next, let's go and add in a keyer. If we grab a keyer from like right here and we go view that, what that does is it gives us an alpha channel of everything that's bright in the scene. So it's basically just like a Luma key. And we can create more or less of that as we're going. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of do this. I'm going to create pretty crunchy results here. Fantastic. And what we can do is now we can take this Luma key, which should be plugged in here. I don't know why I disabled that. And now if we go look at the alpha channel here, we can grab our mask from our merge node here that's making everything transparent. And we can also use the Luma key. And this will only put things in the bright areas and not in the dark areas. So with the mask, without the mask. And basically that removes it from like all this dark areas. And so what you could also do is you can invert it. So it's kind of like up to you if you want to have it only in the dark areas but not the bright areas, or only the bright areas and not the dark areas. But that kind of like breaks it up, so that way it makes it feel more natural and not like it's over your entire scene. So I think what we're going to do in this particular shot is we can kind of like it in the dark areas. I think that works a lot better for us because it's like the bright areas are casting light down onto this. Your GTX 1650 have a limited and currently afford. Yeah, well, that's always a problem, man. I have a VFX shot that I did for when The Hobbit first came out. The film, there was a contest and I was in high school at the time, and they had this contest for the film of recreating one of the scenes, and they had like 4 or 5 scenes that you could pick from. I picked the scene with the dragon in it because I was like, hell yeah, I can do VFX. And I had Blender and no render farm, by the way, and like a laptop. And so I did these kind of crazy CG VFX, but I did them in on a laptop, and so it's like anything's possible, really. You know, it's just slower, or you have your limitation. Like my limitation was I wanted to have all this gold, but I could only have so many vertices in my scene, so it was just a layer of vertices of gold rather than it being like actually deep on the gold. So, you know, you have your limitations here and there, but then you have to just make do with what you got. All right, guys, what do you think as the final image here of our shot? This is probably going to be it, and then I'm just going to render out the full version of it because this is half resolution. But what do you guys think? What do you guys think? Any final thoughts, comments, suggestions, concerns? While you guys are talking about that, I'm going to render out the full version of it. What are you guys' thoughts? I love these particles that we dropped in here. I still don't feel the limits with my 1060. Oh, yeah. There is no limits. I'll be honest, though. My limits are I have two 3080 Ti's and a Threadripper, like 30 whatever something core. And you hit your limits. Like, I feel like no matter what, there are limits to everything, no matter what. And it's not even a limit. It's like, oh, that sucks, that hurts, you know. But yeah, looking nice. Awesome. Yeah, I'm gonna render out the full res version of this, and that may take like an hour or so, and then all I have to do is, here's the trick, all you have to do when you render out the new version of your stuff inside of Nuke is just drop it in, and then instead of having the reformat node, you just move this to the other one. And so that way, like, all your work is kind of very procedural when you're doing things like that. So I'm going to go ahead and probably stop the stream here because we are currently rendering stuff out, and I'm already laggy. You can see me like going all lag on you. With that being said, though, thank you guys for joining today's live stream. I will not be streaming next weekend, but we will have a tutorial out, and I'm releasing a Surface Imperfections pack up on Gumroad. So hopefully you guys can check that out, and it comes with a tutorial. So and the tutorial is going on YouTube. Sorry, I said that a little weird. The tutorial is going on YouTube next weekend instead of me doing a live stream, and I will be back the weekend afterwards. If you guys want to join Discord, we can chat during the week. That's awesome. Show your work. I'd love to see it. And you guys will see this photo sometime later today when it is finished rendering. But thank you guys so much for watching, and I will see you guys in 2 weeks and next week with the tutorial.